it to me. I'm sorry. Don't even. Please don't even. That's just disrespectful to Rusty. I could say that. Yeah. One of my favorite turbo artists on the planet. Do love Brian Rest. Surprised to see both Kuhn and Dvoris choosing not to take their shot at this pot. That's for players who lived in plenty of strong hands and also just good interaction. Jason open-ended here to the nuts. Well, one side to the nuts, the other. No. Yeah. Are we just going three ways here? I mean, was with Divorce is double gutted. Yeah. Actually, to the nuts. Getting a great price. 4-1 on a call. It's 20%. He's got 27 three ways. And oftentimes in a three-way spot, as Divorce chews on this one, you like to enter with a squeeze rather than flatting and having to play like weird leads on the river or having to check to the button and hope that more money goes in when you improve. Divorce does just flat, and that's an interesting river card. Winfred holds up, but is anyone going to lead at this card and make it trickier for Winfred to see showdown? I feel like if it's anyone, it has to be Jason. Yeah, he called ahead of Dan, and he shuts it down. Dream scenario for Winfred, being on the button, just gets to check this one back. I think he's going to be surprised to win this one at showdown. Do we bet and try and fold out a better queen? Now losing to queen jack, queen unnecessary. I mean, sure, you don't expect to win with queen 8, but you can also just see all the missed draws that are available. Winfred's reaching. Is that the plan? It does feel ambitious to me to try and get a better queen to fold, given that draws missed, and you're on the button in a limped pot, so you just got all the trash in your range. He could get punished, This sizing feels like value. I mean, we're not going to find out both players with a whiff.
Likely. 1 and 2. Potentials. Jack 10 or 10 9? Which one?
Well,
Is that or what?
just
now.
now. He's just so good, bro. It's kind of insane at this point.
They're both the same. They're both the same. I mean, unless somebody has king jack. Kind of the same. Well,
Leads for Daniel. He's now the shortest stack, 41 antes. Good. 10-9. Gonna be out there. As will Jason on the puck. Unfortunate for Daniel, dealt number 1. Rags behind. Keeps it classy. No show. Just knock the aces and move on. Rasty is not in JJ. Would love
love to see him back at some point, though. But
Just to read the Jupiter ad promo.
I feel like it's going to take the coldest of decks for something to shift here. Been watching these guys battle three-handed for quite some time now. Nobody really giving anything away. Jason with a slight advantage in terms of his 2 million chip safety buffer. He's managed to carve out. No cut-off time for play. And yes, it is currently midnight. Playing down to a champion. It's one of those, short deck at the top of the show. When Kevin and I jumped in, 10 left, we were assuming that it was going to be really cagey. And then, just like that, we were at the FT. Went from 10 to 7 in the blink of an eye. Yeah, three-handed. It's one of those where this could be over in 10 minutes. Could also take us 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, this is a bit of the fallout of how quickly we got down to.
Correct.
Even down to 5 players and 3 players, relatively quick compared to the format. So these players just were sitting pretty deep after the elimination of Kiatley in 4th. I think average was 70 antes or something. So
Something like that.
hard to get that much in, especially three-handed. Only 4 antes in the pot. Dead.
Also seems like the strategy up until now, the option of limp versus RFI, most of the guys have taken the aggressive route.
Yeah. I think that also a bit of stack depth. Like, when they were quite deep, limping is more attractive. As you start to get shallower, shifting more towards raises.
Look at that beauty on your screens. Once again, Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Massive thank you to them. Shout out to Jacob. Once again, we've got those custom Triton Epic X skeleton timepieces that will be awarded. And I say awarded because it cannot be bought. Awarded to the main event champions, the Lowland Holden main and the PLO main. That's quite the statement.
Devoris just pitching. Queen jack suited.
I'm pretty surprised by that. Explain. Talk to me, Kev. Is that just get out the way and let these two play a big pot?
I don't quite know. It's just a good hand. Could have limped.
Would have flopped top 2.
Not sure if he picked up on something there or thought he did, or it's late here in Jeju. Maybe just his brain shut off momentarily, and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna need some time to reboot that, so I'm gonna fold and wait for the brain to come back."
Just taking a bit of a nap. Some clubs on the turn changes nothing. Jason still the best of it. Winfried with the betting lead after limping pre-flop and then betting half pot on the flop. Shuts down though. And the flush draw. See Jason. Oh, he's just gonna check. Winfried's gonna get that.
Now he checks it over. I think this will show down.
Beat King Jack, he says.
Can't beat that.
I don't know which one he showed first. I think it was the 6 of clubs.
I made such an insane fold because the 9 of diamonds was face dead.
Huh.
It just made me the worst hand in the game. Just didn't have it in me to walk me again, did you? Walk me too many times. Fuck it, I'm gonna play this 10-6 off here. Maybe I always want to start with it. Is it? Oh man, that's great.
Oh, that's pure. that's good. That's strong. I love the trash talking at midnight.
You know, I'm really cool to see the card races and everything. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Got the full story. We're just gonna keep dealing divorce aces and kings.
Yeah, but that's all well and good. You can get action. Again, both players with rags. Is knowing one card enough of a reason to pitch the hand pre-flop? It must be. Or because the 9 of diamonds was...
I'm no authority on exposed cards. But, you know, if making a flush is whatever low percentage of your equity with your hand, certainly matters. It is, you know, it's short deck after all. That one card being gone does cut a pretty good chunk of what you could hope to connect with. But
yeah, that's fair.
Still a bunch of queens and jacks out there. I don't know. I would still play it. I'm stubborn.
Let me see
Very,
my
very
twos and
weird.
I'll flip hand.
Turn of events.
9-6 off. But that's what you have. Queen side of me. Nice. Didn't we on the button was not that? I had king queen on the button and let you beat me with 10-6 off.
Let it go, Jason.
Wow. That's a little bit of time. It's my baby. Oh, well, I was hoping you would have steal. The jack gonna come up stealing. Yeah. It goes on wrong.
I could see Winfried playing like a Bond villain. He like really cool, kind of just like Bond villain vibes. You know, Jason's talking some smack, and he's just, you know, he's just hitting it back. He's like, okay,
Yeah. It's got devious energy.
it's got a pretty cool aura. Yeah.
Next one, what, 13 hands? Is that 13 hands? Next level. How many hands is that?
Keeping my eye on that 25k. I'm playing 15 levels tonight. Currently playing level 14. 81 players remain. 41 places paid in that one.
Winfried. quickly taking over the chip lead here. It starts with a limp. 10-8 off.
Yeah, he's just in there. He's in there with hands that the other two wouldn't be.
Yeah, he's opening up a bit. Give him a little run of cards here. This could be a path towards a title.
Turns the straight. Jason drawing dead, over limping in the cutoff with the ace-queen O. Maybe hoping that Daniel would try and get a squeeze on the button. And yeah, Winfred up to 8.2. Still not really something to write home about, but if he can pull away another 2-3 million.
These two will square off once again. Jason limping in with 2 9s. Let's see if Winfred feels comfortable raising this one with the threat of a trap limp from Jason. He's just going to check King Jack suited.
Wow.
Jason's here to play.
It's one hell of a bet.
Wow announced.
I mean, wow announced in the booth and at the table. Nice little pickup there.
Got me confused. Jason? What do you have? I confused you one time, you gotta get me confused. Shit. Get honest poker hand. A small little raise with the confused. Yeah, he got me confused. Probably King Queen will get rid of the small ace. The ace queen.
Or it's going to take down the blinds.
So a little bit tricky over the one. Pot 3 flop, you're gonna repot. Yeah.
It's going to take something big. They're just not giving anything away.
Average stack coming down. We did go up to 150, 300. So we're sitting under 50 big blind average now. 50 anti-average. Still more likely than not that these pots stay limped or single raised. If I had to bet on who's going to break things open, it would be this man. Winfred seems ready to play a big pot.
Pretty absurd that three-handed there's only a 9 ante difference between first and third. Like that's like a 3 big blind difference between three players and no limit hold'em.
Yeah, they're just locked up.
Jason immediately comes out firing, just looking to clear out equity.
Winfred not worth much, but I think he can also sense a bit of a shift in not just Jason's recent aggression, but even maybe his demeanor and like willingness to go after pots. Winfred perhaps just thinking that he might need to open up a little bit to play defense. Still, let's go with the Queen 10. But you know when you just get that sense from someone that they're like,
It feels like
one hand away from taking a stand against you?
Yeah.
That's the sense I'm getting between these two.
It felt like that might be the hand. Like, but Winfred just go, but you know what? I think you're full of it.
Yeah, enough is enough.
There's no guarantee that Jason would have folded, by the way.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I'm sure. If I can sense it up here, he can sense it down there.
7.5 million plays 7.3. Winfred with the open and again getting slapped on the wrist. Jason with the goods. We were just talking about this implosion that we feel is going to happen between these two.
Yeah, that's not the one, though.
Right, go money.
A little easier to get away from a spot like that.
Respect. Bad fold. Think so?
Why not?
DRM saying if the commentators are right, Daniel should slightly overfold to stay out of trouble. Dan's got incredible card sense as well. Like, very well dialed in to different table dynamics.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, DRM. I think that's a very solid read by you. He's going to be paying attention to these types of things. I want to say action flop, but not really. Grateful for Jason, top pair, open-ender. Ball texture that should favour the button range, though.
Yeah, not surprised to see Jason checking over, even though his hand is quite strong on the flop. I was curious how Divorce would approach this kind of mid-pair no backup. Like, not a lot of reason to bet other than just the board texture. Jason makes the straight on the turn. He's likely to get value. Divorce with an open-ender and a pair. Backdoor spade blocker.
I'm surprised to see him lead out here on this board.
Well, once the 10 comes not that he's meant to have a whole bunch of sevens, but he's just meant to have a lot more equity in general, right? Like, just easier to have not just queen jack, but like some hand with a jack in it, some hand that make two pair.
Well, it breaks out. Both flush draws breaking. Jason checks it on over. This is really tricky from Jason.
Yeah, this one kind of representing like king jack or something in that ballpark. Like, oh, I had a bluff on the turn that made one pair kind of story, and hoping that Divorce just has a bluff candidate.
Yeah,
it could work.
It really could work. Forrest not gonna take the bait. Really cool trap there from Kuhn. Didn't expect it.
Yeah, after pretty sizable turn bet, it's not exactly a credible story to like bet small or something like that. It's either I'm giving up my bluff or yeah, I've got it straight. Here's another big bet. Pretty decent pickup for Jason. Puts him firmly back in the chip lead. About 20 antes ahead of Winfred. Pretty strong one here for Divorce after Kuhn folds the hijack. He's the shortest right now.
Yeah, sub 5 million. I think this is the first time we've actually seen this stack depth between these three.
Winfred really considering. We've seen this kind of hand class folded a lot on the button to a raise. He sticks with that strategy, I thought. You know, now that we're getting a bit shorter, might decide to continue some of those hands, but Winfred's still just displaying a lack of patience, but then being patient. Perhaps fighting his own desire there.
Updates from elsewhere in the room as they wind their way down through the penultimate level of play in that 25k. Down to 74 with 41 places paid. J&T's in the mix. Very healthy stack. Somewhat just eliminated not too long ago. Mario Mosbach, third in chips. Ebony Kenny, fifth. J&T, sixth. Stephen Chidwick, building up a bit of a stack. You can keep tabs on that over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Little something for each player on this innocuous 7-7-6 flop. Winfred with ace high and a gutter.
This would actually be a really big pickup for Jason, just in terms of separating himself from both players and really pulling away from it. Be up to 10 million, both players be down to, what, 5.5. He's going to check back in position. Winfred's going to get that.
Top pair now, but no kicker and a flush completer. See if Winfred. Yeah, he's just gonna try and show this down.
You know, win sometimes, so. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna beat it. I'm not gonna beat it.
G-Dog saying, will we get coverage of the 20k? I got a funny feeling that the 20k is going to finish before this finishes, my man. They've only got, what, 50 minutes left in that 20k before they bag and tag for day 2. But we will be bringing you the entirety of day 2 tomorrow. From the start all the way down to champion.
That is the 25k.
The 25k, yeah.
By the way, if G-Dog is referring to the 20k that already wrapped, that was cut in earlier on the stream,
yeah.
then you might want to just rewind about an hour or so,
yeah,
and catch those clips because we spliced that right in and we covered the all-in action in that 20k while the short deck was running.
Yeah, that's a great point. I misread that. Here we go. Three-way affair. Will there be a car crash? 10-10-7. No.
That's all Winfred. Broadway board, he was the first limper. Does kind of seem like his spot to drive the betting action. I don't think he'll get any takers.
A couple of important hands going Winfred's way as it was looking like Jason was about to start running away with it. Feels like it's going to take a cold deck.
Here's tomorrow's tournament. Good poker. You skip that shit. Or like max late rack or something. I gotta take a breather. It's 2 of us.
I'll probably do a late crack on the last.
Yeah.
Last level, you got it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, long 2 days.
Long 3 days. Long 3 days. Yeah.
The long days is a good problem to have.
Dude, cast him as a James Bond villain, I'm telling you.
But
So long days, Bond.
Do we not give out
It's a good problem to have.
any load management penalties at Triton?
definitely I didn't make a fuss.
Jason out here saying he's going to take a day off. I don't know how I feel about that as a viewer.
Winfred saying the same. It's been a long 3 days, especially for Winfred. Don't forget, he made that final table at the 50k.
No, I mean, not that I know of. Not worth playing.
Probably just not.
Yeah.
Nothing in US,
Nah, it's dead there.
not even cash in.
People kill out.
They gotta play 5 cards to be all over.
Yeah, 4 and 5 card, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with 5. I think he has taken over.
It's the game of choice in the US.
It's a great game. Boris taking one down.
Hey guys, it's TV, so fine. Please pay.
Yeah, no
Jason
doubt.
doing
For
this.
sure.
All in 300k US. Please pay in. As I say, call out their agency.
You got any outstanding debts? Do you have any money that you're owed? Might want to use the opportunity. Live on air.
I just don't want to bring up all the people I owe. so I'll keep the whole thing under wraps.
Man, J&T, by the way, is doing it. He is doing it. It's up to 2.1 million in that 25k. Winfred taking that one down. It's definitely been a grind for these short deck guys. Front loading the series with the late nights, the high stakes. As Winfred pointed out, late nights are a good problem to have at Triton. Normally means you've a decent chunk of change.
I suppose that is, a good excuse to take your day off and get your rest as well. It kind of works both ways. It's like, yeah, I made enough money to be able to take a few levels off because I don't need to grind out every spot in every tournament because I already made a good chunk. So let's recover.
Well, it's pretty sick to ship this. I mean, there's 1.4 million up top. That's normally the amount you can expect to fire in terms of buy-ins for the entire series. So, yeah, free rolling the rest of the trip? Yes, please.
Yeah, it's a big pickup. A couple of decent hands here. Winfred's got a big draw and middle pair. Jason with the gutter and turning second pair pulls ahead.
Just don't see Jason being able to call big double barrel.
We haven't seen a lot of that from Winfred. He's taken his shots at different situations, but I'm thinking back to that 10-6 hand. Had a decent double barrel card and just checked it. Oof.
Hello.
Wow.
How about that for a river? 2 pair for JK. There's a 4-liner out there, and of course the flush completed. Winfred with that flush. It's going to be up to 8.7 million.
Yeah, no need to bluff your opponent if you're just going to get there. Now a question of whether Jason loses additional chips. Does he think about some kind of block bet on the end? It's too thin. Does he ever end up paying off a river bet here? Obviously, if anyone is going to be able to bluff on this board, it would be Winfred on the button. This was just limped pre, capped the whole deck.
Look at Jason under the cap, staring Winfred down as he fires out a bet of 900k. This is not an easy spot. Bet flop, check turn, and what? 2/3 pot river.
Yeah, the question is, does some random hand that stabbed the flop with like a weak pair, like Queen 7, Queen 8, does it now reactivate and try and win this one? Jason decides he's just got it. Makes a good read.
Doesn't take too much time either to make the correct decision there. So, with the blind level increase, and he's 200k, it's getting to that stage where it feels like, Kevin, it could be over soon.
Yeah.
However, having said that, this three-handed battle going on for quite some time now, as we welcome you back to the Breakdesk. Kevin Ramage alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. The chip lead exchanged on multiple occasions between all three. Dan and Morris held it for a very brief stint, but Winfred and Jason kind of the talk of that frame, if you will. just kind of getting after each other and a bit of verbal jousting as well, and some comments being thrown from both in terms of like the hands that they're playing, and it feels like a collision, a big one, is inevitable.
Yeah, I'm predicting it. I mean, I'm loving seeing the competitiveness between them as well. Like, you worry that, just some of this is going to, like, I don't know, you get into that grindy stage and the pots are small and you're thinking, like, oh, these guys are just waiting for a cooler to develop. Like, no, they're looking for excuses to go after each other right now, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, talking about grindy, it's almost 1 a.m. here. I mean, it's looking like this is going to go on for quite some time. And it's looking like, it's going to be a worthy one to grind out the 7-figure payday and the Triton Trophy. We're stepping away for all of 5 minutes, don't go too far, and we'll return continuing coverage of this 100K.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up too old?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so. Okay.
With 378,000 fourth, we'll go home with 487,000. And once we reach the podium payouts, third receiving 646. Runner up just shy of 1,997,000. And then, of course, the champion just shy of 1.4. It's key. Those are your payouts. Enjoy the show.
Hey everybody, Keaton here. Just want to say at the outset, Russell is fine. Russell is okay. I know what the thumbnail says some sad news and it's me here alone. Some people may be worried, oh boy, what happened to Russ? No, Russ is fine. So I'll say that at the outset. But yesterday morning, Monday morning, I got a phone call from my father telling me that my mother had passed away at her assisted living facility the night before, overnight, either Sunday night or Monday morning. She was found in her bed. She seems to have passed peacefully. Parkinson's was a disease she was battling for a long time. Things were getting worse to the point where she needed to be in an assisted living facility. It is apparently the case that with Parkinson's, of 20 to 25% of Parkinson's patients can succumb to sudden unexpected deaths from respiratory failures, heart failures, things of the like. So It's not clear which of those was the cause, but that is what happened Sunday night into Monday morning. And so I went downstate yesterday just to be with my dad for a bit. It's likely I'll be going downstate either again today or tomorrow, later in the week. So obviously, no show today. I did not tell my kids yesterday when it happened. I still haven't told my kids. I'm recording this early in the morning. I didn't want to tell them and then leave for the day. And I also didn't want to tell them right before they went to bed. So I'll be breaking the news to them today, which is going to be hard. Of course, you know, they've not even dealt with the loss of a pet. And so to tell them someone in their family has died is a very tough thing for, you know, a child to learn. And, you know, when you do what we do for a living, especially these past couple of years, one of the things that's so difficult about covering stories like Gaza and now Iran and Cuba, and all these places, is just to think about how many tens of thousands of little kids have to learn about death and loss far too soon in far more brutal ways than my little guys are going to learn about it today. And so, you know, part of what motivates us to do this is, at least part of what motivates me to do this as a parent is, you know, I'm sure we've all felt similar things scrolling through our feeds, just seeing all this horror in the world inflicted upon children who deserve to have, you know, the first 8, 9, 10 years of their lives to live in innocence, in the sort of bliss of not knowing about the
well,
It's because something is either there's some. I'm thirstier than normal than what I normally drink, so I don't know what is it Molly? Okay, here's my thing. Just as long as it's not like meth. God, please don't let me.
I'm telling you, it's meth.
I don't know. Okay, here's my thing. No. Here's my thing. Ayahuasca. I don't know. Here's my thing. I'm not that type of girl, but I wanted to make new friends. That's all. I came to fishing to make new friends. That's it. That's it, Jack.
Yeah, nobody drugged you. So that's all I'm
Well, here's the thing. There's loopholes. No, you guys. Like I
There's
said.
not loopholes.
Okay,
We checked everyone's bags. We threw away pigs. You think we're blessed? What do you follow you? You can't.
So, okay, Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff, no. But there's a but. This is not an alcohol buzz. This is like a mile, like. I'm not like fucked up, but this is a different, like, it's like, I can't explain it.
It's like a stress-induced paranoid episode. And the stuff that you've been through in the past 2 days is a lot more potent than Molly.
Damn,
But if you're staying here, do that. If you want to leave right now, come with me. But you can't sit on here and accuse people of drugging you when we checked everybody for drugs.
Oh, wait, so do I go now or what? No, I'm confused.
Are you going to say we drugged you again?
No.
Then you can stay.
Okay.
Friendship.
is the true drug.
Yeah.
Down. This is hard, man. It's hard. This is hard.
Keep drinking your water. I can't imagine not
I don't know what.
Keep drinking your
Well,
water.
water will make you feel way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kept saying you were thirsty.
Well, whose water is this?
Those are yours.
It's yours.
Mine?
Yeah.
Did you guys know this? Oh, this is close. You guys. Now I don't know. You guys.
You feeling better after that talk a little bit, or still?
No, I know something happened.
Yeah.
Something happened while we were talking. But the next person that survives, yay!
There's a big piece of information. This is huge right now, guys. It turns out that the new Ayatollah could be gay. Trump briefed Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, is probably gay. The shocking claim was described by the Post by 2 intelligence committee officials and a third. So 3 people think he's gay. This is a peer-reviewed thing, right? The tip is solid. That's what they say. All 3 sources say the implausible-sounding allegation is viewed as credible by U.S. spy agencies rather than false information intended to undermine Khomeini, who earned the nickname the power behind the robes. Now he's the power bottom behind the robes. It's been a pretty closely held piece of information, with one saying it's derived from one of the most protected sources the government has. The State Department's file says Mojtaba married relatively late in life, around age 30. I'm 35. What are you trying to say? What's this? Is this happening to me right now? Reportedly due to an impotency problem. So maybe the reason his dick didn't work is because he didn't want to use it on a woman. I think everything's coming together real well. So wait, his dad didn't want him to be the supreme leader because he knew his kid was gay? The father and others suspected he was gay, and that was something people were trying to spread to stop his ascension. In Iran, we don't have homosexuals.
Please. Thank you, President Trump. Like I said earlier today, that the Supreme Leader, top of the committee, you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple of interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he's narrowly escaped death in the first
Gay.
place.
Talk about him being gay.
There's another report that he may actually be gay despite leading the theocracy that hates gay people. How do you determine what's true and do you have an assessment of this?
Well, so far nobody knows. If you look at his father, he used to give talks a lot, talking about death to America. He'd say death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them of a nuclear Ayatollah. But Iran is.
I guess now he's going to have to come out and say he's not gay. I think it matters in Iran, right? It does. It matters in Iran if he's gay or not. I mean, it's mental warfare, yeah. I think he has to say that he's not gay. Oh, wait, that he did an interview?
What are you gay? You are gay.
Exposed Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal. You saw the first one, and now it's time for round 2. That's right, guys. It gets better. Are we going to learn more? Yeah, we're going to learn a lot.
No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million.
Only community.
No.
That does fraud.
How come they said this building was closed? You know what advanced mobility is?
Yeah.
Advanced
mobility.
We're looking for it.
I never heard of it.
No, we're shining the light on the fraud, and they
Yeah.
have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
Minnesota
Because, if you're giving the money to them, it's not going to other people. Yeah, of course.
fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed. And as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations
Look at
across
all
Minnesota, it became the most viewed video expose on the internet.
It had probably over 200 million views, or impressions at least. That is crazy. Everybody knows about this now.
Created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota and the HHS.
Isn't it crazy how some 23-year-old virgin Mormon YouTuber ended up causing an insurrection, destroying the entire political career of a former vice presidential candidate, and is now basically leading the awareness of a $1 trillion awareness campaign for fraud? Oh my God.
It was over
$185
million in all payments to childcare. And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacists and far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing the fraud, meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election. The Minnesota fraud.
If it was so unfair and it was so much a lie, why'd you drop out?
Fraud scandal has erupted in the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Learning Center were exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange connections of the business owners and the politicians who have both.
Wait, what?
All of the fraud from strange connections.
So that's the guy that's getting arrested.
Business owners and
that's the guy with the. Guys, I think the thing that's obviously happening is happening. No way.
Politicians who have openly admitted to the fraud on live TV. And to dive deep into the fraud, I met back up with the local David, who has been investigating this widespread fraud scandal for years. Wow. So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud, you have adult daycare fraud, you have healthcare fraud, and you even have more fraud. What's some of the fraud that's also taking place here inside of Minnesota?
Well, what I think
there's fraud in everything. If there's a thing, there's fraud in it. That's it. That's the answer.
Might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT. My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota,
1,020. Oh my God.
And more than 90% of them are Somali owned.
Of course.
So right here on
Of
the table,
course.
what do we have? All this information right here.
Yep.
So I have a number of companies that are local here in the Twin Cities, and this is just a fraction of the companies that are out there.
Just
what
a
I found
coincidence?
was
Yeah.
that the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles per company. A lot of these companies,
So
their
we're
address
paying for
is
their
an
fucking
apartment.
we're paying for their fucking cars?
Some are in a house, some are in a convenience store, some
What?
of them in a vacant building. There's no signage, there's nobody there.
And so why would there be such a need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
So if you think of this transportation as the hub of the wheel, so child care is a spoke, adult daycare is a spoke, autism is a spoke, the interpreter services, which we could
This is the vast network right here. Oh my God. It's a pyramid scheme. Yeah. It's a fraud web.
get into. That's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why? Because those meals had to be, someone had to deliver those meals.
Yeah.
Someone has to deliver the kid to autism.
Yeah.
Or say they did. So it all revolves around transportation.
Right.
And so when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well, let's just be conservative. Let's go and listen. Let's say there are only 8.
What's up? My name is Timmy No Breaks, and welcome to Timmy Ass. You gotta Jesus fucking Christ. This guy won't let people say the N-word or play the fucking guitar. This is insane. Okay. On my neck is a shot collar. And in my hand is the remote. If you press this orange button, it will shock me. Now, if I bomb, one of you guys will get to shock me. I won't bomb because I don't bomb. But this is the bomb shock collar. This is fucking terrible. Now, because this is a dog collar, I will give it to this lesbian bitch. Jesus Christ. No, you can't. Start the timer, Red Band. Did you guys see during the Olympics how that girl, Lindsey Vonn, broke up? What the fuck are you doing, you dumb whore? I'm in the setup. Wait for the punch. Fuck.
Hold it up, lady. Hold it up a little bit so we can see it. There you go, and keep kind of not that way.
Tone, this is an uninterrupted minute.
I know.
Shut the fuck up.
I know. Just keep it there so we can see when you do it. This is showbiz, lady.
Take it from the top. Here we go.
And action.
Did you guys shut the fuck up, man? I'm trying to do the minute. It doesn't even sound like the fucking thing. I'm about to say the N-word. If you do it again, I'm going to fucking freak out. Okay, start the timer now, Red Band. Here we go. Did you guys see the Olympics? How that skier, Lindsey Vonn, broke a leg, you know? Sad. You know where that wouldn't have happened? The kitchen. Boom. Fuck you. What the fuck are you doing? I did not. Relax. 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 I'm gonna be honest. I love the women's Olympics. I do. Yeah, I do. I think every women's sport should only be televised once every 4 years. Suck a dick. Boom. What the fuck, you fucking bitch? Guys, everybody, give it up for the women's hockey team. They won gold. Yeah, finally a positive video featuring white woman and ice. Take that, you lesbian. Murk ya. All right, one more. I love the WNBA. I do. I really do. I'm serious. Yeah, I mean, it's lame that they can't dunk, you know? It's just a bunch of 2s and 3s. They're ugly. Bull fuck! All right. Okay, relax. You gotta fucking relax a little bit. Tom? Wow. Does this guy have a dick on his forehead? These are getting big pops.
Is she really hitting it?
Yes.
Why are you hitting it so much? This lady's having the time of her life. She has waited what appears to be 45 years to have this kind of control over a man. This is incredible. We may have solved how to fix every blue-haired woman in America. Give them one day. The man in a shock collar. Unlimited power.
Who is this guy? No, I'm serious. Who the fuck? I know Tim, but who the fuck is this guy? You don't know who you are?
You mean you're just paying Jackass homage? Or, I don't understand.
What's Jackass?
Shock this motherfucker.
No.
Hold it down.
Stop.
That thing's not working.
Stop.
We need to turn it up. Is there a dial on that? Is that what he taped over?
Fuck up, Tom.
Take the tape off.
My name is Timmy No Breaks, and this is the copyright infringement. On the count of 3, the band will play Limp Bizkit's Nookie, and this entire episode will be demonetized. 3, 2, 1, go. What the fuck? Okay, he's trying. Oh, fuck!
I turned it up to 10.
Don't do it! I'm not fucking. I'm not fucking. There's tape on the side of the thing.
Hold on, it goes up to 15.
Oh, why did you do this, stupid bitch? You fucking cunt. Why'd you do this? Stop. Stop. It's fine, all right? Just, if I bop.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to the guy you don't know. He won't do anything wrong at all.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Everybody, fucking relax. Everybody fucking relax. All right. Let me just do my next segment. All right.
15 seems like
fucking out of control anymore. This was never supposed to go past 6. Hi. My name's Timmy. I'm so scared right now. Hi, my name is Timmy No Breaks, and this is the taste test. Heidi?
Oh my God.
Inside of that cup is 3 real, actual fluid ounces of horse cum from a man. Tone, your challenge is to not drink it. Redman, put 30 seconds on the clock. Let's get a spotlight on Tone and some dramatic music.
What the fuck is this?
It's horse cum. He's picking it up to drink it.
It really looks like it's very thick.
Tom, don't act like you don't know exactly what that is.
Steve-O, is that horse cum? Dude, there's a horse pubic hair. I'm gonna fucking throw up, dude.
Don't do it. You don't have to drink it. Just keep it there.
Okay.
Go to the next segment. We'll go to
Okay, let's do the next thing.
Steve-O. You'll go back to Steve-O.
Here, let's just slide in here.
You had a bunch of cum before this, and you're full. I told you not to. He had cum. He's full. I understand. I get it.
Son of a bitch.
I get it. Okay, I got one backup. I got one more. Okay.
15 hurts.
Stop. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm going after this show. We're going to go to Mickey's bar, and I'm gonna punch you in the dick so hard that it falls off, and none of the gay guys are gonna be able to suck it anymore. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, it's fine. Hi, my name is Timmy No Breaks, and this is Trivia for Retards. If you get the question wrong, and these are 5th grade level questions, you have to take a sip of Tone's tap water. Tone, you have to continue to not drink the horse cum if you get it wrong. Okay. But we're going to up the stakes. Heidi. Give it up for Heidi, everybody.
That's all right.
There's no way Tone is going to be able to resist that horse cum now. I know he's going to reach over and do it.
Wait a second.
So shut the fuck up, Tone. I'm moving on to the questions, okay? All right. Steve-O, let's start with you. Tone's tap water was created by A, Tone Hinchcliffe, B, Tone the Tiger, or C, Liquid Death.
I'm gonna go there.
You do not have to drink that water. Next question is for you, Tim. In a 2025 double-blind peer-reviewed study conducted by independent researchers, what was found in Tone's tap water? Was it A, mercury, B, lead, C, arsenic, D, Teflon, E, Zyklon B, F, Zyrtec, G, MSG, H, Blue Chew, I, horse cum, or J, all the above? J, all the above. Nailed it, and you didn't have to drink that fucking piece of shit. Okay. Red Band, to you. Where is Tone's tap water sourced? Is it A, Flint, Michigan, or B, all the above?
All the above.
You don't have to drink Tone's tap water. Last question, Tone. This is for you. Who flew on Epstein's private jet 8 times? Was it A, Barack Obama, B, George Bush, or C, Donald Trump?
I have to buzz in for the answer.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. This I'm gonna leave right here, and I'm leaving right now. Fuck you. Fuck.
Timmy, no breaks, ladies and gentlemen.
That has invested me and changed my entire family's life. But see, also, every human I know in my family is going to celebrate because it has taken on the importance of like an Olympics, of like a World Cup. Feels like for baseball, people are very pumped up about it. Now, baseball getting into the Olympics, back into the Olympics, I think is going to happen. So maybe we'll get a chance to experience this. But I'm very appreciative of the World Baseball Classic that was created in 2006. Right? Is that accurate? 2006 has become this for all of us to watch. And I think it's been good for baseball. Jen, you talk about what it's going to feel like tonight is not a baseball game. It's like, how do we get baseball to be more like what this is right now? Because I am loving this. And I think I'm not the only one, obviously.
No, and you know what it is, Pat? It's the fact that in baseball, you have different cultures and different styles of play across the globe. And this is them finally all coming together in just this beautiful collision of those different styles and of those different cultures. And, you know, if American baseball fans can pick something up from Dominican fans and from Venezuelan fans and make these feel more like events, yeah, it would be great. And I think there's been an open-mindedness to this, certainly among the players. Like, you know, 20 years ago, you didn't see guys bat flipping during games. Now, if an American hits a big home run tonight, that sucker's going to fly in the air. And they know how big of a deal this is because, you're right, their families are into it. Their friends are into it. But beyond that, their country's into it. And anytime you can wear that across your chest and it can say USA, how do you not feel pride? How do you not feel love? And how do you not feel just the privilege of getting to spread this game to fans who might not otherwise have been interested in it? That's what I love about the WBC, that it had hit on that perfect spot where even casual fans have reason to be interested.
Yeah.
And baseball lacked that for a long time, and they made a bet. They made a bet that we are an international game. You know, we may not seem like an international game, but we have pockets in the Caribbean and in Latin America and in South America and in Asia, and, you know, to a lesser extent in Europe and Africa, but still, there are baseball players coming from both at this point. And why are we not celebrating this international aspect of our game when it makes up the rich tapestry of what baseball really is?
Oh, the rich tapestry of what baseball is was a beautiful way to kind of describe the multiple different cultures that have contributed seemingly to a sport that is on the rise, maybe to be bigger than it's ever been before. How come we're not? So obviously I've learned more now after watching these teams electrify a baseball diamond against the United States of America or in their own ways. There's, you know, NFL takes games to these London, we take games to Germany, Spain. Do we take games down into those stadiums that I'm seeing from these the pre-WBC games?
Yeah,
they're all far. Do we take any games down there? And should we do that more? And streamers, I assume platforms would love to get all of those because I assume Soto going back to play down there after this World Baseball Classic run with his team against anybody, right? I think against anybody would probably bode pretty well. I assume Venezuela, same way. Are we at that stage of maybe baseball where it's headed? Because I think if it's a big event feel, people will want to tune in more. This World Baseball Classic feels like a big event as opposed to just a game we're trying to get through to get to 162. So it's like, will we have more of those types of events? Because obviously the NFL international game trying to do it as well. Feels like this is already built in for baseball. I know we went to Japan, right? Can we go down to Latin America and get these environments of like what baseball could be? Feels like it's a special thing down there.
There have been games at Hiram Horn Stadium in Puerto Rico. There have been games in Quisqueya, which is like the main stadium in the Dominican Republic.
you know, they've had the games in London. They have the Field of Dreams game. I'll tell you, Pat, when MLB's national television contract expires after the 2028 season, that's going to be the thing I think that ultimately helps level the field in terms of finances, because I think with WBC, with World Series, with all of these events, like you said, that they can plan, the one-off events are a big deal to streaming companies, and Major League Baseball needs to lean into that.
Yeah, we did it in the cornfield, right? I watched that. That's right. In the cornfield, I watched the cornfield. It's like these are things that like happen. It feels like a big deal. It's why the NBA did the Super Duper Duper Cup. Mm-hmm. You know, and college basketball has added the Super Duper Triple Cup. Yeah, and West Virginia's going to win.
College ball crown.
What?
I still know. What is it called?
The college basketball crown.
Super Duper.
Where the crown. Okay. Winner gets 100K.
West Virginia's. Yeah, I think.
Winner gets gift cards.
College basketball crown presented by Ghosty. So you don't
Ghost Energy. Wow.
Yeah, they got good juice, dude. They got good juice.
In Vegas.
And it's in Las Vegas. West Virginia's going to win. We got Stanford first. Yeah, right, nerds, dude. We're playing hoops here.
Tough draw with Rutgers and potentially Creighton.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I thought that was the Blue Jays. I thought the Blue Jays were playing in this thing. I thought because Canada got eliminated, we had to play the Toronto Blue Jays down there in the second round. Yeah, they're not bad. Minnesota and PJ Flex got the boys round. We know that. Baylor, they're problem diners, Bears, and then Boomer in Colorado. That's Tails' oldest time.
Yeah.
This
Denver might be tough. Wow.
Yeah, right.
I like good point guard. Yeah, point guard's nasty.
Uh-oh. They play basketball. I thought they just threw a team together for this.
Yeah, I'm assuming all those guys just threw a team together.
No, West Virginia's been recruited. They've been paid for. They've been preparing for this moment to win the Super Duper Cup. Let's get back to basketball, baseball. But on that note, trying to make something feel big is smart. I hope baseball does that, especially with what's looming, right? What's looming over all of this is a work stoppage, which we cannot have in 2026. We have too much information on how detrimental that is for sports and leagues in future generations from a work stoppage. So we need adults to go in there and figure things out. And I'll tell you, usually it's the billionaires that know that they can outlast the players and kind of ice them out. Normally, that is kind of how this whole thing goes. I've been a part of the work stoppage. Mm-hmm. I've been a part of multiple CBA negotiations. Not a part of it like at the desk, but listening to what's going on as a person who's interested in business, obviously with my livelihood depending upon it at the bottom half of it, especially as a punter salary. So we can't have it. It's not good for any sport, especially not for baseball, especially after what's about to happen tonight. Now, what's tonight's lineup going to look like? Go ahead, Tone.
Yeah, Jet, numbers are coming out on how the U.S. players have gone against Erod, the pitcher for Venezuela, in their MLB careers. I believe Bregman has the best numbers. He did not play last game. Gunnar Henderson played third instead of him. Do you have any ideas if there's going to be lineup changes tonight? Could Bregman be back in? Could Cal Raleigh be back in, or anything else along those lines?
Yeah, I think that the strength that the U.S. team has right now is its depth. And you look at the fact that you can go with a guy like Alex Bregman, who's been pretty good in his career against Eduardo Rodriguez. But if Venezuela brings in a right-handed reliever later on, then Mark DeRosa has the ability to pinch hit Gunnar Henderson. And when you have a roster that goes 14 deep and you can sort of run the platoon game there as your DeRosa, and when you have a bullpen that goes as deep as it does, I don't think David Bednar is going to be available tonight, but I do believe Mason Miller, the U.S. closer, will be available in a safe situation. Bednar's thrown a lot, and decent. I was walking down the tunnel with Vinny Pasquantino yesterday after Italy lost to Venezuela, and he was saying, I was like, "You're going to be going back to Phoenix where the Royals train?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to take a day just to reacclimate, and then I'm going to take a few days off." And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because these games wear you out. They are like playoff atmosphere, and just the physical and mental ability to grind through these games." I understand, guys. It's not football. It's not hockey. But baseball, it's a long game, and you sit there, and the mental engagement that you have to have.
I'm watching these dudes. I'm watching. So I was a punter, so I'm standing on the sideline a lot, and then I got to go in. And hey, don't shake it. I've been on the sideline for an hour and a half. I have not done a single thing for an hour and a half, and then I have to go out there. And if I'm terrible, there might be another 40 minutes before I can make up for the terrible shit that I just did. So it is like a trying to stay positive thing. Watching them all before every pitch, like literally every single pitch could be. Just doing that for 3 hours, nobody's signing up for it really. But that's like what you have to do. It's just like, I guess that's what probably separates the great from the good and like all that. But every single play seemingly having to be ready because you never know, and then it never actually happening or very rarely actually happening. It's like, all right, you got to do the little shit literally every single time. And if you don't, one squeaks by.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I said, hey, the ball always finds you, Pat. The ball finds you every single time. And if you're not ready, if you're not prepared, if you're not doing what you need to do, then you're right. It's going to go right past you, and you're going to look like a moron. And nobody wants that. This situation, I mean, going into this game tonight, Venezuela has not committed a fielding error all tournament long. So they played clean baseball. The U.S.'s defense, guys, in this tournament, frankly, I think has been its strength. Seeing Bobby Witt at shortstop, seeing Judge gunning guys out at third base, like they have just been so sound defensively, and that's one of the things about the WBC that I love. When you get the best players in the world together, it's some damn good baseball. Just their ability to execute on everything, and I mean this play by Bobby Witt there, it's perfect every time. It really is. The guy is a marvel at shortstop, and seeing Ronald Acuna Jr. tonight, seeing Jackson Churio in the same outfield as him, and seeing this Venezuela lineup, like, just as somebody who's a baseball nerd, I'm so excited for all of this, because this is going to cap what's been a tremendous tournament. And the fact that, boys, the fact that you are as engaged as you are, it tickles me. It warms my heart, because I've been pretty... Yeah, that was a little weird.
Yeah.
For years, though, I've been trying to explain why I love baseball, and you guys have been like, yeah, that's boring. Kind of sucks.
It's playoff. You gotta throw me under the bus now with baseball people that just learn about me, baby. But I did certainly say, this is tough to follow. This is tough. Yeah, I maybe did say that at one point because I grew up. 100%. Yeah. And I was just going back through it all. Yeah, how I actually felt. It's been quite a turn of a relationship with the sport, especially because I think ignorance probably was a big hindrance on me starting to really enjoy the entire thing. The tapestry of Pittsburgh baseball is probably part of the problem. They literally turned off my entire family, so it's like I'm not doing this thing. And then now I'm thinking of it. I missed out on the duel. Bobby Witt, a marvel, you say. He's fun to watch. Yeah. He's very fun to watch. He's been a great. I think he's become a superstar in this entire thing, maybe, with how he's performed. Yeah. But all you got to do tonight is maybe just fucking crack a bat and send one into orbit. Come on, an American hero. And down in Miami, right? Who knows what's to follow afterwards? Ty has the most pressing question for you, Jet.
Yeah, Jet, you mentioned Mason Miller will probably be good in a safe situation. What is the expectations of the bullpen tonight? I don't know how long Nolan McLean they want him to go. Like, do you think this is going to be a bullpen game for the U.S.? And how much of a tightrope is D-Row going to have to walk here with limited arms potentially available?
Nolan McLean is going to go 65 to 70 pitches high, just in that vicinity. But I think something interesting to look out for, and we've seen this in elimination games already. If something happens in the first inning and Nolan McLean's given up a couple of hits and maybe a run gets on the board and it doesn't look like he has it, Mark DeRosa should take him out immediately. Like, this is it. You have one game to win a championship. And as clean baseball as Venezuela plays, as powerful as their relief arms are, and listen, their bullpen's going to be their bullpen situation's rough because they played yesterday. Starter Cater Montero lasted only 1 1/3 innings, so they got like 7+ innings from their bullpen arms yesterday. So the decided advantage in this game is to the Americans, like by talent. By the way everything is set up, by the bullpen, Team USA should win this game. Like, the Americans should be celebrating tonight. But baseball's baseball, boys. And sometimes the team that has its back against the wall is the most dangerous one.
We're the home team, but it's going to feel like an away game down there is what they're saying, though, right?
Sure is. Oh, yes. No doubt.
I've heard Nolan loves that.
Yeah, it does.
I've heard that's what he's excited about. And you talk about maybe pulling him if he doesn't start great. He's not thinking about anything. He wants to get a full game. That's his mindset.
And to be clear, by the way, I think Nolan McLean,
football guy. Football guy.
Yes, that's right. I wrote a story about Nolan before his first start. Talked to Mike Gundy. My dummy said Nolan McClain would have been a 2 or 3 year starter at Oklahoma State as quarterback. Like that's a guy right there.
We got Oklahoma State's quarterback pitching for us tonight in the World Baseball Classic Championship. Okay, let's celebrate it all as Ty finishes off his first Guinness on this St. Patrick's Day. We appreciate the hell out of you, Jet. USA, 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 USA.
Say it, you fool. Okay.
I'm not going to join in the chant because I'm not a follower. I do my own thing, boys.
Oh, the country of Jet? All right. Yeah.
Remind me of a place I don't want to go. No, you're the best, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not saying it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jet Bassett. I'm not going to say that. Let's get a game on tonight from your dinner, shall we? We got Kyle Schwarber plus 235. Aaron Judge plus 250. Cal Raleigh.
Is that plus 3,700?
No, plus 360.
Oh, okay.
We love Cal Raleigh.
Is he playing tonight?
I doubt it.
That's just in case.
I doubt he's playing.
Those have actually moved. Judges jumped up plus 210. He's now your leader in home run odds, so that makes sense.
Hammer.
Yeah, I think tonight's the night Aaron Judge gets one out, especially after what happened last game where he got robbed of one. Aaron Judge is what we like to say, seeing the ball.
Yeah.
And not just offensively, but also defensively. We've shown that. And he's not going to want Team USA to lose. No. Another World Baseball Classic.
No. Not after that field.
Hit it one. Who else should we assume is going to hit a dunk shot? Roman Anthony, Bill Tony Tony's boy, probably plus 400. Look at him moving up to the fourth best odds for home runs. Roman Anthony.
Swinging a hot bat.
Yeah. Roman also plus 600 to win the MVP, right behind Judge. They're kind of the top two, but
Schwarber's getting that. We know that, right?
Yeah, but shitty.
Quarterback. This is kind of like quarterback situation, I think.
Yeah, Roman Anthony would have to go like 3 for 4 tonight with like a homer, a double, like 4 RBIs. Then that he might.
We don't know.
I don't know. There's good value. Okay. Schwarber's the other one. Like it feels like Schwarber steps up in big moments and hits the ball far.
D-Bot's putting bets in literally as we speak. Who's going to hit some dong shots? Let me see. Thanks for punching that in. SeatGeek is letting us know that tonight's game is going to be a good time. $500 average resale price. That's not bad at all.
No.
Remember, anytime you got moving teams, especially who's going to be in, who's not going to be in, it's tough for people to prepare. This is almost like bowl games. Bowl games, you have like 3 weeks, but now it's how many games we go to, $500 to get in there is the average resale price. That means there's tickets for less than that. We can also take $30 off and use code Pat McAfee. This is also for people that have used before or new purchasers.
Mm-hmm.
And SeatGeek is the greatest ticket buying platform on planet Earth and the moon.
That's good though. Affordable.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that
Anywhere.
at 2026, $500 is very affordable, especially with what we've seen tickets before, and especially with what Jack Passon was saying about the atmosphere. $500 is very affordable. So.
I mean, the players you get to watch.
Yeah. The last time that was USA played was the semifinal of the last one. US was down 7-5, bases loaded, I think at 8th.
Yeah.
And then US hit a home run. It was an awesome grand slam. Yeah, grand slam. It was awesome. So should be a good one tonight.
Yeah, it's not happening for another 3 years. Like this isn't something where hey, we can't go tonight or it's too expensive tonight. We'll go 3 years from now. It's like, no, you need to go now because who knows what's going to happen next time.
Team USA potentially winning back baseball.
DeRosa,
yeah, Sean Casey, Grandpa Rossi, Andy Pettit,
Dino.
Shut up.
Yeah, shout out Dino. I missed it because I was in a super important meeting, but apparently he hit the greatest round of infield practice in the history.
Incredible.
He's for the Dodgers. Maybe it's not just buying everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe they got some talent.
Fundamental. Yeah, maybe they're not paying their coaches so they can afford the team.
In their payroll?
That was
crazy. Dodgers versus Team USA.
$339 million, I believe, is the number, and then Dodgers payroll $417 million, something like that. They're putting money in there. They'll tell you, well, you get baseball a long way, you get paid pretty good.
And live in LA.
Yeah, and certainly have the weather, but the taxes are going to come as well. Let's talk about last NFL item here before we jump into the story that's going to certainly captivate all sports fans right after the World Baseball Classic, which is March Madness. Kevin O'Connell said in his pitch to Kyler Murray to come play quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Now we know Kyler Murray grew up as a Vikings fan, massive fan, cried real tears, he said, whenever Brett Favre threw the interception against the Saints. Brett Favre said we had a lot of good times. That certainly was one of the negative ones. And it was so negative that Kyler cried. He loved the Vikings. They only got to pay him league min at $1.3 million. And now Kevin O'Connell also told Kyler, hey, why not just do this thing for a while? Kyler, who is obviously a phenomenal athlete, only guy ever to be drafted top 10 in MLB and the NFL, obviously was the number 1 overall pick in the NFL in this entire thing. We assume that his body's going to be able to remain competent for another decade if he wanted it to. If he was to work out in the Kevin O'Connell offense, we might see the Kevin O'Connell offense unlocked to a whole new dimension. Obviously, with Sam Darnold, what he was doing was crazy. With Kirk Cousins, what he was doing was crazy. But even Daniel Jones gave him credit for making him a better player. Daniel Jones led the NFL in offense for the first 10 weeks this past season. Kevin O'Connell is quarterback whisperer and offensive genius. And if Kyler Murray, who can fucking spin, can find passing lanes and figure out the offense with Happy St. Patty's Day, Justin Jefferson outside, and the boys that got across the board, this could really work out for them on a league min deal. We saw this with Russell Wilson. Didn't work out as well with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously got hurt, training camp pushing a sled or something. Then Justin Fields started. He's now Kansas City Chiefs quarterback. Good luck to Justin Fields. Got traded from the Jets just yesterday. But Kyler Murray on a league min deal, a prove-it type deal, seems like he's going to the perfect place, literally for him and for the place.
Definitely. It can be a long-term win-win for both sides, for the Vikings and for Kyler. We talked about it maybe last week, maybe a couple of weeks ago, about just the perspective change for Kyler. You know, he's always been that guy from high school to college when the Heisman, then being the first overall pick. And I don't know how it works in baseball, but in football, especially at the quarterback position, you're not going first overall at with his dims, you know, being 5'10", probably 200-something pounds, unless you can make every throw that you can make on the field. He's been successful, you know, relatively. He's made a couple Pro Bowls. He's won games in this league. So now you're going there with talented players and a talented play caller on both sides of the ball. Obviously on offense, but then with D-Flow and that defense, what he's been able to do, it's been great. So yeah, this could definitely be a win-win not only for this year, but going forward for Minnesota. They have their guy.
Crazy narrative shift, I think, from me and from everybody, from what he potentially was going to be called after the Arizona Cardinals situation. Now, full optimism out of me. I mean, this is blinders on. We do daily sports talk, obviously, and we have to watch film and talk about things numerous times. When there's a new wrinkle, it's like, ooh, this is a different dynamic. Now, whenever we hear Kevin O'Connell say, hey, why not? Hey, why not with us? You know, we can do it. He's already got a bag. You can already figure it out. Like, we got a good offense. I'm going to take care of you. You're going to love being here. You want to be here. Your childhood memories are here. It's so cool. As a kid, you're a Viking. And then as an adult, you're a Viking. We lead us back to the Super Bowl. I mean, Kevin O'Connell pitching Kyler, and I trust Kevin O'Connell. So if Kevin O'Connell's believing it can be true, why not me thinking it's true? I think it can be, Con, man. You've been on this from the very beginning.
Well, and he's only in his 20s. Like, what is long term? 3 years, 5 years? Like, if they get 3 good years, 5 good years out of Kyler Murray, like, that is a massive success, especially in the NFL. Look at what Dan Jones did. Dan Jones came to Indy, revitalized the entire football program, basically made the Loud House louder, and now he's going to be the quarterback for, you know, the foreseeable future. So even if it isn't 10 years, like, if you cut that in half and they have a bunch of success, that's one thing. And like you said, less distractions. Hey, there's my childhood team. I have a chance to kind of bring them back to Providence. Like, let's focus in a little. Whereas Arizona, maybe you didn't have that exact same thing. We mentioned the, you know, report cards when he came to the building in Arizona. It's much different for Minnesota when he's going up there. So I don't see why you wouldn't believe in the Kyler Murray experience in Minnesota.
Yeah, and if it works out, you know, undersized quarterback with an incredible offensive guru. You've seen Drew Brees with the Saints. They beat the Colts in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he's celebrated as a hero forever there.
Yeah.
That would happen for Kyler with the Minnesota Vikings for the rest of his life. What a moment that would be for him. He gets up there and does a thing later.
Yep.
And they all say, that man has been a Viking since day one. And he'll be a Viking forever. That could be a good time for Kyler.
Plays banana ball just like Drew Brees, maybe?
Oh, that's actually a good call. Because after you have success and bring a Super Bowl to Minnesota, you know, you could potentially join the Savannah Bananas and sell out the whole damn stadium and get a chance to do a full intro again as if you were back under center for the Saints one last time with the same amount of juice. Yeah, the man with the hat, obviously, is super genius.
Yeah, Curious George.
The Savannah Bananas are super genius.
Just a banana.
That's the only way you're allowed to speak about it. Oh, Drew Brees' experience. Come on. Oh, shit, it felt like in school days. Since 2009 again.
Packed house.
Oh,
Sold out, dude.
Gimmick baseball. Selling out stadiums.
Crazy.
Yeah, shout out to the Savannah Bananas. And Drew Brees, I'll tell you what, he had to feel good. That's that dragon, you know. They talk about chasing. He actually stepped in there, and he's from Texas, played quarterback. I assume he played baseball as well. Took a pretty good little hack there, and then a guy, yeah, just completely dunked on him. I didn't know you could do that in baseball, but he did the whoop-de-whoop, through the legs, twisty-two, and you're fucking out at first. And that's one of those things, Drew Brees, you're just going to have to deal with because that's Savannah Banana baseball. Who do they play against there? That's not Savannah.
I think that's the party animals, yeah.
There's a couple other teams, obviously, they have expanded, and what they've done for not only their business, but I think for baseball players that maybe don't make it to the big leagues, I think is fantastic. More sport, better. And I love the Savannah Bananas operation. I also love that the gimmick is selling us stadiums.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is sustained power.
Right.
They got Drew Brees reliving the glory day.
Yeah.
Switch it or?
I don't know. It's interesting.
Nah, he's probably a throw right, bat lefty. I appreciate he had the Roger Clemens circle 1995 one batting glove. You don't see that a whole lot, so he's definitely a veteran. I didn't appreciate the guy for the party animals doing that though, because listen, I've put the hatchet down with Drew Brees a long time ago. But if we know one thing about Drew Brees, he relishes every opportunity to one last time make it about himself, and that guy kind of went up in there. I didn't like it.
Well, that's not the end of this.
Whoa.
There's no way this is the end of this. There's no way Drew Brees is going out like that.
I hope not.
Yeah,
I hope he ripped a double into the gap or something.
He's preparing. He's playing. He's probably signing with another team. He's playing against that guy one more time. Here's Tyler Shuck with the Savannah Bananas. He took a snap actually in the outfield, which obviously happens. Throws the deep ball and
got it.
Touchdown, Tyler Shuck.
Beautiful.
And Drew Brees said, "Man, I remember when he stopped the game here and gave me an entire award ceremony. They gave me a sash.
Mm-hmm.
They gave me a crown. They did the whole thing right in the middle of Monday Night Football. Tyler Shuck, that can be you someday. You're starting at a very old age. It's going to be a while. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it. You might have played till you're 50, but good luck out there. Let's go away from baseball and the NFL. Let's go to college basketball. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has been a staple of our March Madness coverage for years now. Friend of the program, Coach Seth Greenberg.
What's up?
Coach, there's so much going on in sports right now. We apologize that we are only catching up with.
I'm doing it for my daughter. Bastard. He's in the middle of nowhere. Like he's up in the middle of nowhere somewhere in Canada. No. Oh, Harley? No, iDubbbz. iDubbbz is in California, I think. No, he's in Canada now. Really? Yeah, he's living in like a house in Canada or something. Why? Because his girl brought him there. She pimping him out? Yeah, he lives in Canada with his wife. Alberta. And also, yeah, he's like, and it's not in like a nice area. It's in like a rough area.
Let's not talk about it.
No, I thought he should come out and do in an honest way. I didn't think all of it was that. I thought we all got along when we were shooting the thing.
I think you were missing a sort of thread that was underlying that.
Yeah, I was just something. We pictures of him. He's like an arm around us, smiling and shit like that.
You know,
I'm like, oh, that's fine. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just interesting.
It's just people. Everybody's a person.
It's just sex.
It's just people. It's 2026 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
Anissa's pay pig. Slop tubers are rambling on about you being back. I know it was highly anticipated. I think they'll have a lot more fun if they just admit that I'm intentionally funny and awesome and cool. But I mean, whatever they need to do. Or maybe they're loving it. I don't know. I didn't have time to look. I was too busy watching Ethan Klein have a complete crash out on me saying that he steals content from other people, like Content Cop and Big Nation, a lot of his humor, his whole identity. Pretty sure the toque thing, or as you Americans say, beanie, was stolen from Sam Hyde the Nazi. So, and Howard Stern, wasn't that also? Yeah. I don't know. It bothered him because it's true. The never-ending crash out. I do love being able to make him that mad. There's something so powerful about having a 200 viewed stream, 200 people viewed stream, and getting somebody who apparently has, 20,000 plus people watching and get him to talk about you nonstop. It feels really good. I'm not gonna lie. Sam Hyde, the Nazi who clowned your husband, that Sam Hyde. Yes, that is the Sam Hyde that I'm talking about. The Nazi that clowned my husband. My husband was in good faith trying to make a documentary, and the Nazi was too insecure to show him anything, and decided to have one of his many insecure, weird, schizophrenic, like you played yourself moments, and gave my husband nothing for his documentary, and then cried about it for years after. Yes, it was incredibly good faith. I will say, my husband did go into every single documentary with good faith. I did not help with that documentary. I wanted to stay as far away from that documentary because I didn't want to give Sam Hyde any good faith. I have always been incredibly creeped out by that guy. He's basically a big sweaty lump of pink clay. Why does anyone want to interact with him? But my husband and his friend were very curious about his life, and they were very earnest, and they even promised that they, asked him if there were things that were off limits, and then he had a complete schizophrenic freak out when my husband just thought he was asking a cute question that tied back to their history, and thought that he was trying to, like, I don't know what he thought. He's a very paranoid man, super disturbed. And I'm sad that he didn't make a gorilla nest because I think he'd be really good at it, and I think he should show off his skills. You're a queen though, living rent free in so many. I do love it. Yes, thank you. OMG, hello. How are you? People who spend their lives coming after people think that everyone is coming after them. Yes. And he was paranoid out the ass and has always been extremely paranoid. So, I mean, the only way to like comfort himself or cope with the fact that he can't have a normal social interaction was he convinced himself that Ian was some great evil that was trying to hurt him and, attacked first and did some weird Darvo shit. I don't know. Again, I wasn't involved with that documentary, okay, but I do know that Ian was going into it earnestly and honestly, and Sam just could not. I don't even think he knows who he is. So it was very hard for him. I think it was very scary for Sam. I think Sam's a scared little boy in a big pink clay, sweaty clay mecha suit.
We got to go sit down to do the interview, and at the beginning of the interview, he launches off with 6 or 7 years ago. This is me. You're Sam. I'm talking to you. 6 or 7 years ago, you made a copyright violation or strike against one of my videos. You had one of my videos taken down, and I emailed you about it. And do you remember what your response was?
No.
I literally had no memory of this happening. I forgot completely. I remember it now, but I'd forgotten completely. I did a copyright strike on one of his videos where he used footage from ours, and when he emailed me, I told him I would reverse. You can have the strike thing reversed. I told him I would reverse it if he sent me a video of him squatting with 2 plates.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
I no matter what, I think that by this point in the interview, the tension had built between you two.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if things got off to no one knows. If things got off on the right foot and that tension wasn't there when this was being filmed, would he have hit you with that? Who knows? But the tension was like, that's just evidence of the tension.
There was so much tension. It was crazy.
Remarkable, man.
I'm getting.
Why?
Stress me out. I was getting stressed out thinking about it.
Why? What were some plays on it?
The vibes are just weird.
Yeah.
Anyways,
they always are.
Sam Hyde won't appear on other people's shows without bringing at least 10 other people. He's incredibly insecure, like objectively. So I don't know why he has such a cult following. I do know why. It's because he's one of the last people online that is still willing, like, thinks it's just a joke to like spit vile Nazi shit because he is one. That's what it is. I find it shocking that people. I think the last funny thing Sam Hyde ever did, this is me being 100% honest. The last funny thing Sam Hyde ever did was his that talk where he went on, what is that called? TED Talk? I think that's the one and only funny thing I've ever seen personally. But I mean, it's subjective. You know, some people find it very funny, and that's, you know, totally their right. I don't. And he's like, let's talk about you. You're right, Ian. What makes you tick? It's like if the subject became the creator at the same time, and that told a lot about him. Yeah, he just couldn't handle it, which is, you know, fine. But it's weird that so many people respected his complete out. But I think for Ian, he got annoyed that people's like media literacy and emotional intelligence was so low when it came to it that he just got over it. He didn't want to explain it to people. Bad people can be funny. It's not like a gotcha to laugh at something a bad person made. Yeah, of course, bad people can be funny. I just think that Sam hasn't been funny for like a very, very, very long time. The funniest thing I've seen recently was Bro being asked to make a gorilla nest, and he was the butt of that joke. Ian said he would consider doing a lefty version of KC with in the future, a chemo cabino, if you will. Chemo cabino. I don't think Ian would ever be open to that. He's so not into this shit. He's so disenchanted by it all, which I get. Kansas City. No. How many classic books were written by horrible people? Dickens is a huge anti-Semite. Yeah, I mean, people are weird, man. Sam and Ian boxing would end the war. There's no war. There's just people being weird.
A little bit scary. We ever box again? Yeah, you know, I was thinking about that, and I think once I'm like comfortably in the 200 to 210 pound range, and I've been able to maintain that for like, I don't know, 6 months or something, I think I'll box Sam Hyde. I need to get some sort of revenge, and also I think it'd be great to freaking that would be one of the most rewarding knockouts imaginable. So yeah, that's where my sights are set. We gotta have. How the fuck do you gain 30 pounds like that? Oh, by eating and lifting and eating and lifting. Dude's huge though, yeah, but in boxing, you just have to get into the same category weight class. So if I'm 200 pounds or heavier, as long as I'm 200 pounds, I can fight someone who's 250. I can fight someone who's 300.
You have to sleep with Sam, L3, or Asmon? Why does it, that is the, oh, keep it in your pants. I would rather, I'm trying to censor myself. I would rather let a hot garbage truck run me over 4 times, back forward, than any of those options. Also, take a cold shower.
Are you a nature guy, Sam? You like nature? No, not really. I'd love to throw a nature thing by you. What's that? Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but gorillas and orangutans. Do you like nature at all or no? No. But is it okay if I talk to you about it? Of course, yeah. Every night, guys.
You're gonna get an answer that you like.
I think I will.
I'm not a big nature guy. I like bonobos.
Yes. You like what?
Bonobos. I like great apes.
Yeah. You like a bonobo?
Yeah, monkeys.
Okay, but maybe what if I swayed you?
Well, hit me with what you got.
Okay. Yeah. Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
That sounds disgusting.
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here? Doesn't sound easy.
Yeah. Just... Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please. Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh, no. Oh,
there we go.
We lost. We lost power.
Big strong guy.
Big strong guy.
No, he's a strong, athletic old guy right now.
Yeah.
Is that a fucking heat lamp?
No. Why? Want some fries?
Are you gonna heat film on purpose?
Huh?
Have you been heating the room up on purpose?
Do you like straight fries or curly fries?
What kind of fries do you
What
like?
do you like?
What kind of
fries do you like? Dragon fries? I'll eat your face.
What a fun day for you guys. Yeah, 5 days. 4 days. It was only a week and a half. Was it a week? It was a week. Yeah, we did prep work though, so it's like 2 weeks. A week with prep work and then the week of shooting.
Even though iDubbbz does not want to release that footage, that week that we spent was so fun, man. It was very memorable.
I had so much fun, and I feel like if he released it, he'd get like fucking 20 million views.
Yeah,
I think it would be honestly so funny.
And I'm not just like, I agree, but I'm not just my opinion isn't that way just because it's our doc. It's his other docs were pretty good.
His fucking work's good.
Yeah, they're very entertaining. Like that's his documentary stuff. I can tell he's trying to take a more serious turn instead of just like meme videos. I respect that, but that doc, if it ever does see the light of day, get a lot of views because there's so much shit going on.
Mm-hmm. We packed it with detail.
Yeah,
and made it an experience.
Here's a bicep reveal. Ethan Klein could never. Look at this. Look at my stubbly armpits. Pretty soon, those are going to be going away, by the way. So I'm getting laser treatment. I think my arms are bigger than Ethan Klein's legs.
I'm doing it for my daughter.
And then like octopus solving locks.
Very cool.
I like opening jars from the inside.
Yeah.
So good. Like flooding labs.
Yeah. I would like to think of octopus being like diabolical.
Yeah.
Like octopus, like
they're probably gentle sea creatures. They probably would say hi to you. I think they wave to researchers.
Yeah. Do they?
And then they wave hi to researchers.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah. They figured out that this is a thing.
Something like that.
They're so smart. You would never eat them if you know how smart they were.
Don't eat that.
No,
They're really good guys.
Yeah, they're so funny.
They're with it. They're with it.
They're like this.
It's like eating a sentient animal from Narnia.
They know what the deal is.
Yeah, they know all the deals. Yeah, they're like, here we go. Like black lady in a restaurant. They're like, here we go.
Knows all the nodes on the AI chart.
Get ready.
Like this guy's pre-diabetic. I can tell.
Here we go.
Just looks at you. He looks at you once.
What you mean you ain't got no water? You charging me for lemons? Here we go. Octopus. Every time.
It's you get a mic next to its mouth. That's what you get out of it.
It speaks perfect English.
What's he saying? Funniest person.
Right? And you've got to get the information before the bomb goes up. So you say, hey, I'm a Vader. Give me the information. He's like,
Pew.
I'm not going to give you the information. So what do? Do you waterboard him? Do you sleep deprive him? Do you put him in a cold cell? Do you beat him? Do you put cockroaches on him?
I would go with you put him on.
Is that your final answer, bro?
Yeah. Yeah. It's good.
This is crazy.
Got him right where I
What kind
want.
of game show is that?
It's not the military. That's
their podcast tour that they're on.
Military Disclosure podcast tour. This is the cool thing to what is this to humiliate U.S. military people?
What's that?
Just like this whole
This guy's doing?
just like all of this.
No, I think if I had to guess what this guy's doing, I think it's to make it so that it seems that what the CIA does seems normal and justified. Like he's nominally a whistleblower, but the way he frames what happened is a way where if you heard it, you would understand that it's probably necessary to put hummus up a terrorist's ass.
Oh, he'd be like, "Oh no, don't do that."
I'll tell you anything you want.
Please don't. I might be. Oh no, that'll be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If you put hummus up my ass, you just put something in your ass. You're chewing it with your asshole because you're starving. You're chewing it like you're like squeezing your asshole in and out and chewing the hummus. And you're like in your head, you're like, thank God I was starving.
That guy feeding me.
asshole now.
That's the voice your ass makes.
Thanks a lot. Don't put carrots up here either. That would be delicious. You're eating carrots and hummus with your asshole backwards. You're puking it up. Oh, this is
Jim?
You fake Jim?
Tell me that's Jim.
Yeah.
Where's Jimmy?
It's so beautiful. And honey Michelle, you know, Camille Couture, was also amazing. It was just a brilliant evening, you know? Really brilliant evening. Oh my gosh.
How's he supposed to hold his face?
Was off the hook. I mean, I can't believe he committed to doing all that.
Why does he sound so like that? I've never heard him say that.
They call him a clone now because the eyes are green, his eyes are brown, I guess.
Maybe someone banged his ass till his eyes changed color.
The conspiracy guys say that Jim Carrey replaced Martin Scorsese as the underwater Paulie.
You've been saying that for years.
So that's what they read. But that looks brown.
There goes my hero. Ever since I was a child.
Smoke it. Thanks, Charles.
Okay. Hey, it's really nice to meet you. He sounds like fluffy like this.
Thanks, Charles. Nice to meet you too.
Look at how he's like looking cute. Like there's something fucking wrong.
It's so beautiful.
I painted a beautiful painting.
God almighty. Well, I mean, hey, I guess he was good in his movies. What else can you say? He was good in number 23. That's for fucking sure.
He's going out like a legend.
He chooses how he looks when he's leaving.
Well, were we skipping stuff here? What's
Oh, this is awesome. This is a very, this is a new, this is cool. I love that.
Damn.
That's as cool as like Metal Storm.
What's that hitting? Just a target, or is that some sort of city or
a bottle rocket?
Yes.
Something?
It's hitting a gun out of a guy's hand. It's a guy pulled a pistol out. They hit that out of his hand. So they said they have 1,000 of those. Like, we have 1,000 of those. I like how it's all missile count during the war, which to timestamp as we are at World War III has commenced.
Crazy.
Have you guys heard anything fun?
No.
Sad.
I always had the Strait of Hormuz as the end of the world marker. And I'm just sounding like a Looney Tune now.
What's the Strait of Hormuz?
That's where the oil comes out. They said it was going to be like...
Is that Alex Hormozy?
It's Alex Hormozy. They always said, like, I remember, like, reading, like, this was, like, 07 loose change era. They said it was obviously $20 a gallon oil, but it was, like, it was more than that. It was, like, 10th century, the United States is a nation that's supposed to implode on itself type shit.
But we export oil. Gotta take a piss.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what even that means. Why did I do? But how could we be dependent on oil if we export it in Texas and elsewhere?
I know.
It's like, why isn't it a cent? You know why?
Yeah. It was really exciting. I was on a podcast and they said that Netanyahu was into heavy BDSM.
Sad.
And Marco Rubio is into foam party boy sex.
Well, it's tight.
It's cool.
It's what I've always wanted to be.
It's a fun way to have sex. There's intercourse with pussy, and then there's foam party boy sex. But
yeah, and then there's the way that I remember being raped as a kid, and that's what I'm into now.
Foam party soap bubble.
Yeah. That's how they raped me when I was young, so that's what I do. That's honestly why I do it.
Did you see Bill Clinton looking at this is
really
He's like, bring that back, I want to see it again. Oh man, I look so cool there.
Take me back to old Virginia.
Look, he's like, give me this back. Come on, shut up. Give me that back, you fucking...
He doesn't even remember being president.
I love head. I love getting head.
Okay.
Mr. President,
what's he, 92? Parkinson's?
He's pointing at his own cock.
He's got a fucking electronic watch on.
Some questions related to...
He's like, it's
he's not acting.
Yeah.
Miss Maxwell.
He's being real, he's not acting.
He's being a good guy.
I like his glasses, though. He's spilling semen on a dress. By mistake. Oh, sorry. I don't get it. Well, no, I guess not him. I guess it was Monica. I find that so bizarre.
Monica, the Mossad agent?
Yeah.
Mossad Monica.
Big surprise.
What happened to her? Why was she so Mossad?
Oh, she's just floating up, bro.
But imagine this.
I'm trying to stalk along.
She's only 52 in real life.
She's back.
Wow.
Monica.
I like the fact that she's like giving speeches about women and shit like that.
Did you see her smile?
Yeah.
Did you have a women's racing movie?
Oh my God, never heard her voice before.
Yes. Just.
Sisters?
Brooke Shields.
Oh, okay.
Lake
Okay,
Bell.
because I feel like with F1 success,
You
doesn't
and
it
me both,
even?
sister.
Doesn't it even?
Who asked for a podcast from these people? Who asked for that, Nick?
I want to know what the girl's like. You know who I want to hear? What does Monica Lewinsky have to say to Lake Bell about Formula One racing? Fuck, honestly.
Unbelievable. Who asked for everybody? And I mean, I'm not trying to sit here and bitch, but I just thought I think it's so strange. Like legacy media, legacy Hollywood going into the homebrew crowd and then taking over co-op. I mean, that's not like this is a mystery, but
No,
I
just
just find
isn't
it
doing well. But it's like, who's even giving her $1?
probably fucking. I don't know.
I bet you.
Probably a golem.
I bet you fucking dorks think it's really cool to know Monica Lewinsky.
I see.
Like Politico's for dorks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. If anytime you mention her, you can straight up practically smell the semen in the air. All you have to do is think about her for a second. You can smell the semen on her dress.
Born in Washington and then kind of like raised between the two places. So all my extended family is and was.
Monica Lewinsky's podcast. Sam, you have to get on it.
Yeah,
use your popularity to get on Monica Lewinsky's podcast. She knows about racing.
She's dope.
Yeah.
That's
Rachel Clint.
What a queen.
racing movie that you want to do.
Who's the original queen?
Just came from.
It's Lake Bell.
Okay. Okay.
I've always wanted to hear Lake Bell and what she thought about F1.
Doesn't it even end
Art
with
Bell?
the Brad Pitt character going to the Baja 1000?
Yeah, I can't believe you know that.
Her voice is good for a microphone too, isn't it? It's really gentle.
I can't believe you even know that. She's like, I work for Mossad. I know everything.
Sick.
They tell me fucking everything. You should hear the shit they teach me. They teach me fucking baton. They give me all kinds of intel. Adam Friedland. They give me all kinds of little, like, there's like a little server we can type shit in. I get like, when I want to know what Lake Bell makes Lake Bell tick, I type it into Mossad. I'm like, hey, what makes Lake Bell tick? And they're like, Formula One racing.
It turns out they just use Google when people say their name is getting searched out of other countries. It's so silly.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
We'll do a little bit of legwork for Monica.
Shocking.
Imagine being a president just being obsessed with getting head.
30 plus years later, we have to see this woman yapping on a goddamn podcast. It's unbelievable.
She's only 52. Because if you do the math,
she must have been.
In 1994, she was 22. Bill.
And Bill was what at that time? Fucking 59?
11. He was 17. Yeah.
Unbelievable, this world. Shocking.
Oh, apologize. The third head.
What was she known for? Was another sort of sex act associated with her and William Jefferson?
Being ugly. She was so beat.
And then there's Anita Jones? Is that the other one? Or Anita Broderick? Oh, man, these are old names. I forgot about those. Paula Jones. Remember Heidi Fleiss? Remember those days?
Wow. She's ugly. Heidi Fleiss is a fucking beat whore.
People don't even know who Heidi Fleiss is anymore.
No.
So ugly.
The OG madam.
The OG Jewish.
Like an Epstein kind of. You could call her probably an Epstein.
Yeah.
She got hookers for all the celebrities. Yep. Back in the day, there she was the Tom Sizemore.
Yeah. I'd hit her with a rock if I saw her in real life.
She is not good looking.
She's ugly as shit.
Tom Sizemore.
Poor Tom.
He's got the Strange Days fucking helmet on. Mm-hmm. Brings you back, doesn't it?
She's only 60?
I thought she was dead.
She's tired. Yo, Rachel Clint.
Oh,
that's
bro.
40? Damn. You really ran through, baby. I don't care what.
That's Heidi.
You look like shit, Heidi.
Get her on the line. Prostitution rate.
One of her brothers drowned at age 41.
Ooh.
She drowned.
He wasn't so good in the water, I guess.
Recently cooking.
He's cooking.
He must have been out in Martha's Vineyard cooking.
Unbelievable, this life.
Why would you ever use a bitch to get you a prostitute?
But they're just good at wrangling vulnerable runaways and drug addicts and such. They're adept.
I hope they were really rough on her about it. They were like, Heidi, sup, Billy, need to, please. Hot, please. And probably charming. Same as Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine, Billy here. Need 2 hot Russia, please. Thank you.
Who's going all in? I'm going all in.
He's going all in. Well, see, folds, it's kind of funny.
Rather nice 2 pounds.
Limpy folds ace 10.
That's a lucky shot. Have you looked yet? I have.
Limpy folds ace 10, but he's all in here. Don't know what he has. But it is Mariano with 2 buttons.
It's actually pretty good.
Sandor, by the way, is kind of waiting in the weeds. Like a snake. Ready to bite. Limpy's in bad shape. He's got 4s. Sandor's got 3s.
Hold on. That bases. I'm sorry. Sure.
Yeah, nice.
Queens versus 4s. I'm kind of pulling for Limpy to win one of these, right? Who's got 3 clubs out there? Any club, any 4. Any club, any 4.
Yeah.
$20,000 in the pot, everybody. There's a club. By the way, another club actually chops it the first run out. Limpy does not want another club. Not a big one, at least. 2 shift for his fine. Look at that. So Limpy actually wins the first run out. How lucky is he? Now Sandor's got to hope to hold on. He's got to fade the river. Limpy looking for a 4 or a heart now. Oh my gosh! Wow! I don't think I've ever seen that. Pair versus underpair. I've seen the underpair win twice, but I don't think I've ever seen the underpair hit both their flushes.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm done too. Oh my God.
GG, wow. I don't think I've ever seen the underpair hit both flushes. I just dismissed it. I was like, well, I hit clubs. There's no way he's going to wait a second. Is he actually going to hit hearts? That is gross. Oh my gosh.
That was disgusting.
It really is.
This guy.
I want to thank you all once again. Jimmy Bluffett, you the man. Thank you, buddy. Couch Antonius will be here on Friday, everybody.
How much is it?
Raise from Limpy. Mariano calls. Tony Chang calls. 9,800 in the pod. These guys got a little bit more gambling than left. There's an ace. There's 2 spades. So Limpy with the ace. Mariano's got a gut shot. Tony's got a flush draw. And Tony's all in for $14,000.
How much is that? 12? 15. Oh no. Well.
Tony with a pretty decent amount of equity here. Obviously, any spade wins it for him, but he's got some backdoor straight equity as well. Limpy is going to make this call, and this is a $35,000 pot. Tony Tag with a chance to get in the black tonight.
You want a flush drop? No, you Yeah. So we like what?
I gotta run it twice.
Do it once for sure.
There you go. Tony looking for a spade.
Whoa.
No, instead it's Lippy's gonna make a full house that first tryout.
You called ace four now?
Oh man. Oh man. Tony needs help. Tony needs help.
Come on, baby.
They chop it up. They each win about $1,900. Not exactly the most exciting way to end our show, but I think Tony's pretty happy.
You couldn't just give me that fucking sniper phone? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
We'll be reviewing Three Friends, One Booth. This was a suggestion from Joe Matarese. We've all listened separately, not discussed each other beforehand. I'll tell you why this is a suggestion from Joe Matarese. It's because I got an email from him. And I'm on his mailing list or something. Someone put me on his mailing list, or maybe when I signed up for his Patreon. I don't know. But every now and again, I get an email from Joe Matarese. And this one, the subject line reads, I did it again. And it says, hey, Carl Hamburger, do it. Which makes me think someone signed me up for this. I don't think I would put my name as Carl Hamburger, do it. Yeah. Anyway, it says, so I did it again. If you've followed me for a while, you know I've flirted with the podcast thing before, different formats, different ideas. Nothing quite stuck. This time feels different. I think you'll get why the second you watch the trailer. The setup. Me and two of my closest friends, Gina Esposito and Johnny Fleet, squeezed into a booth at Vito's Pizza in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, doing what we've been doing for 30 years, talking. Parking lots and diners, somebody's backyard, same conversations. So now it's a podcast. It's called Three Friends, One Booth. Episode 1 is live now. Here's a taste of what you get into. My son's at the University of Tampa. There's a pool, a jumbotron, roughly 10,000 bikinis. He won't go. Why? He met someone right before he left for college. I know. Johnny, who grew up in South Philly and also has a son named Johnny, made it very clear his son would never say what my son said. Johnny would be at that pool every free second he had. It's in the blood. We also get into Gene hitting puberty at 18. Johnny's son hitting a deer driving home from college. All Johnny's buddies from South Philly's nicknames, like Johnny Flea, Frankie Head, Anthony Ice. The time I got into a parking lot fight DJing when I was 19, lost my Guido Don Johnson loafers running, cut my feet on glass, paid a bouncer $10 to walk me to my car, got chased away, and hid in tall weeds for 4 hours. It's that kind of show. Wow.
Spoiler alert.
I read this email, and I was like, this is incredible.
I like nothing quite stuck.
I know. Yeah. You mean it failed? Yeah, everything failed. They're all terrible ideas. He says, new episodes on the second and fourth Thursday of the month. Oh, that sucks. Only 2 a month. Subscribe wherever you get podcasts. And on YouTube, so you don't miss it. This YouTube video, by the way, has 130 views on it.
Oh. By the way, 2 times a month is too many.
Come on!
Once you watch this show, you're going to be like, I'm good with it.
Come on!
0 times a month.
It sounds like he blew his wad on this one.
What's with the still using the 2 girls, 1 cup reference? Dude. 3 friends, 1 booth? How lazy is that? This guy's supposed to be a comedian? Sucks.
I know, we've seen his act live.
We have. Which is hilarious.
we were making better jokes at our table.
Yeah, I mean, the only way it could have been worse if it was pizza and crime or wine and so it's just like the most lazy way to name a podcast.
All right, so it starts out with a cold open, and the big story on here is the fact that Joe's son's going to Tampa, and there's a pool there, and teenagers in bikinis, and Joe's getting real excited. He's like, how young are these teenagers in bikinis? What do you do with those gals? And his son's just like, I don't got time for that shit. And Joe is blown away.
I'm like, what are you doing? Are you going out and doing stuff? And he's like always in his room. I'm like, what are you doing? I go, have you gone to the pool yet? With the jumbotron. That's what I said to him. I go, have you gone to the pool yet? You know what he says to me? This is a bad sign. He goes, why would I go to the pool? It's just a bunch of girls getting tan. That's what he said. And I was like, oh no, it's got to be the girlfriend.
My son Johnny would never say that.
Johnny will be at the pool being in class.
It's in the blood.
Look at so, a lot of spoilers from that email.
That sounds familiar.
A lot of that stuff. when he came out. So poor Joe, he wants to be living vicariously through his son, fucking these teens, and his son will be fucking any teens.
Yeah.
It's like, you can come over from college if you want, but I want to smell your fingers.
Yeah. Instead, my friends are calling my son a queer.
So then, because these guys are pros, especially Joe Matarese, of course, they're talking to people in this restaurant who are off camera and off mic.
Yeah, he sounds just like you.
Yeah, so, dude, good stuff, guys. That's part of the cold open, by the way. That's the part that's supposed to get you juiced up for the show. Now, what? This time of season right now, I mean, I can tell the summer's gone. We're well into fall, and we have no time for leagues anymore. 4 months into the season, Rick Ness is deep in the hole. Yeah, at the moment, we're not even to 500 losses yet, so we can't afford to be wasting any more time. We don't see some gold soon. There's no way we're going to get 800 losses. Just 7 weeks remain in the mining season. Rick's now spent $1 million moving a mountain in his Valhalla Cup, and he's finally close to hitting the pay layer.
This whole Valhalla down here, you know, it's huge. It's probably the biggest project I've ever taken on up here, and you know, as soon as they need it, if things don't go exactly as they have to go, I'm broken up. Billy's got a lot done in the county. He's doing a hell of a job down there. It's looking like any day we're going to be able to pay him. We need to get through some quick. We need to see some gold. The guys are with me on it. I know that. And they've been working their ass off, and that's just what we're going to stick with. Because if Valhalla pays off, it could be the best decision I've ever made.
Hey, Rick, you got a copy? Go for it. Can you come down and cut?
Oh boy. Well, buddy, I got some honest opinions. From there, you can see how it dives right there. That's the slope. And it continues there. But everything from like that edge, I dug 25 more feet down as far as that thing can go down. And it's just still pure clay. No pay.
Rick believes an ancient dried out riverbed filled with coarse gold runs across 4 miles of his Duncan Creek claims. The 50-foot pay streak is proven to run under Raleigh Valley and then downstream to Vegas Valley. Rick assumed this pay layer would be at the same 150-foot depth in Valhalla, but after digging down for over a month, instead of hitting pay dirt, Bailey has run into a 25-foot clay layer with no gold.
Dude, so all this clay, like, where do we take it? 25 more feet down. That's
too much.
Too much for this year. There might be rich pay farther down, but you think about it, we don't know what's down there.
Yeah.
I dug a test hole pretty much just across from that elbow right there. So like the edge of that over there.
But it's just clay.
Oh, it's clay all the way to the next cut.
Doesn't make any sense.
Sorry that I gotta tell you, but the ground don't lie. It's all dead zone. Smack to the face, man. I know we did all this work, but it's worth it.
Alright, you hear it.
Yeah. We have no clue what's underneath this clay. We gotta figure out something quick because time's running out.
some soul searching right now, looking for what he wants to do. So, a lot of thoughts going through his head.
Yeah, I really thought that this whole Valhalla cut was going to be huge for us. Bailey gets out of this failure, just have no way to deal with that this year. It's just not going to work.
I'm out here with 7 people trying to move him out and to get down to a little spot on the bottom that's got a bunch of gold in it. When I wanted to make these big decisions that would leave me, by the time I was done with this, with something that I could hold and not sell and be able to do what I wanted. It's so crazy out here, right? It's, you know, I want to be buying till I'm 100 years old. I want to learn this. I want to do it. I want to do it right, and I want to be happy after this. And now I walk away with nothing, you know. And that's the opposite of the plan. I wanted to walk away from this with everything, and yeah. Is this whole endeavor could be the thing that makes my entire life great, or it could be the thing that ruins it. Handle. I've been handling it, but like, just some days, man, it's just too much. And I don't talk about it with my guys. I don't talk about it with anybody, because if I talk about it, it makes it real, and then I can't control it. It's just not where I thought it would be when I made the decision. And it's frustrating. And I'm wondering if it ever is going to be. Yeah, and I'm struggling more than I thought. Damn it. The gold in the ground is the gold in the ground, but it's a lot of dirt to get through. It's just extremely frustrating.
Heading into the home stretch of the season, Parker Schnabel's 10,000-ounce gold target is in danger of slipping from his grasp.
We just need to keep the sluicing hours up. We're going to be hard pressed to get through that pit this year if we don't have wash plants running. So, to hit 10,000 ounces, we've got to sluice all of it.
Last week,
We shut down both Lucifer and Big Red.
Parker shut down 2 wash plants to dig out the last of the pay dirt from the Golden Mile.
We have a major problem. The dirt can't be in the hole anymore. We could just start making pay piles.
While the crew continues to dig out pay, Parker wants to get one of the plants back up and sluice it.
So we've built 2 big pay piles. Big Red's ready to move next to one of the big piles that we've got of pay. But now, Tyson's taken some time off. Timing's not great.
Well, that's a wrap for me right now. Drive to the airport and fly out to my sister's wedding. While I'm gone, one of the major things that really have to happen is moving Big Red.
With Tyson being gone, Brennan's filling in for him. And Brennan's going to get that plant moved. This is the first kind of major wash plant thing that Brennan's been in charge of, so we'll see how badly he can screw it up. It's on Brennan now. Shouldn't take more than a shift.
Hopefully I remember how all the pieces go together here.
Despite being a seasoned dirt mover, Brennan Ruo hasn't moved Big Red in 5 years.
Moving a plant's always a big responsibility, and it does always give me a bit of anxiety, if I was to be honest with you. We have 2 pay piles that are the size of Mount Everest here to get through. So it's all a massive race against the clock right now. Every minute that the plant shut down is that many ounces of gold not getting washed. Parker wanted this thing sluicing tonight, and I want to make that happen. But I do want to prove myself here.
You guys are good with all this?
Yeah. I was hoping to have it moved and set up today and wash the rocks for night shift, so
Is your pad ready?
Yep. Better be.
Don't break my watch plant.
Look at you, not me.
I should be looking at you first. Don't break my watch plant.
I can't promise you that.
Hopefully these guys can get a watch plant moved.
Hey, Paul, we're ready to move this plant here.
Mechanic Alec Kelly helps Brennan move Big Red 1 mile to the far end of the Golden Mile.
Oh, this thing doesn't corner like a passenger car.
The main body of Big Red weighs 50 tons and clocks in at 21 feet high.
Come on.
Plant off the lowboard. Brennan must drag it into place on its new pad.
Make sure the plant thumbs up, sort of square it up, so we're not twisting like a hat here. Favor that side of the bank and then sort of like walk sideways out.
To leave enough room for Big Red's massive feeder belts, Brennan must maneuver the plant to the edge of the pad by dangling his 58-ton excavator over the 50-foot drop.
Feeling better about that? Yeah, now just walk your far track down into it. How close am I? Like 2 feet. Am I gonna drop hard? Should be okay, just lower your boom down as you go. You just push yourself back too if you want, it'll dig in. There you go. It sure sucks having Tyson gone here right in the middle of a plant move like this. Yeah, it's definitely feeling a little steeper than I thought it was.
Keep it coming and stop there.
That does look a little gnarly, eh? Yeah, not bad. You guys better make sure you remind Parker because he looked at me and said, "Are you sure you finished your pad?" Yeah. Dude, a lot of prep saves a lot of time. We still got a little ways to go here, but I think you got her lined up pretty good.
Next step, bring in the feed conveyor that delivers the gold-rich pay dirt to the plant.
We can start folding up our radio stacker. Fingers crossed things are looking good. That definitely won't last the rest of the year, that's for sure. This clip here, that clip there, and that one down there are toast. And all it takes is one bad clip to rip, and then the whole belt could be garbage.
The metal clips that hold the 200-foot-long belt together are nearly destroyed.
And we got 4 seams in pretty condition. What was that? What are you trying to tell me here?
I'm really wanting to hang a belt on this guy.
I'm serious. Have one seam. We'll have more uptime for later. Throughout the cold season. How long is this gonna take? If I can get it to the yard, probably 6-8 hours. Have it buttoned up. It sucks, man. I told Parker I'd have this thing moved installation by night shift. It's really weird night shift the next day.
Already near the end of the shift, replacing the belt crushes Brennan's timeline.
Dude, that pissed me off. You know, that's a lot of sluice time loss on me. A 24-hour period of no rocks getting run. Those piles are just too big to have a minute of downtime, let alone 24 hours of it. This is a moment of truth. Testing. Oh, should we hit the shaker and get some dirt thrown at it? I think so. Well, I'm super happy to see the dirt going through Big Red again, and just
this whole Carter's isn't about you. 24 hours behind schedule. Big Red is back, sluicing Golden Mile Pedro.
You're watching Rocks. Yeah. Getting late, $1 short, Brennan.
That's normal. I'm more than $1 short.
What do you mean? You've got 80,000 yards of top gravel sitting there. Thank you guys for getting this thing rolling.
Oh, you got it.
It's a nice setup. Super clean.
I'm very happy right now. We're going to have a open hell and get through this pile, and all the rest is going to come this way.
Holy that's a hell of a open hell.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary, young man.
See, this is bedrock we're standing right here.
Yeah.
And it goes down like that. I'll have to come up with a new plan for that, but.
And how many feet you sluice? 10, 15?
50.
50. 50. You sluice to 50 feet?
Yep.
Well, that's not all right?
Yeah, for the plus side for us.
Yeah. 3-to-1 ratio.
Yes.
Any drill holes?
No. Vegas Valley, we opened last year. But this is where the channel went down. We got all that out of there.
Yeah, still a chunk in there?
Yeah, that has a chunk in there.
If you attack something like this, yeah, 10, 15 trucks are not tiny.
Yep.
So, yeah.
To really open it up.
Yeah.
That'd be something. I can't afford that, so.
Nice cruiser, though.
Yeah.
I like it.
It won't be until you go about it, right?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
How did it go? You learn anything new?
We get a hole going down there. Plug, it was on the 50 down to 50 pay. So
That's not bad. In order to do this, you should go in big. A lot of equipment.
as we talked about the pile,
But it takes lots of money.
it takes lots of bolts.
It's worked so far, we've definitely stayed alive, but this one's got me worried.
Quite a few bucks going in there before you get it.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Kind of tough.
That's what's got me worried the most. I was hoping to be at this point, pay this off and start really putting money away, and now it's turned into, can I survive until I can start putting money away?
And you don't want to become a seller.
Do I or don't? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm wondering.
Well, put a price on the table.
Deeper price?
Yeah, put a price on the table. There you go. There you are the horse. Right?
If you want to discuss that, I don't want these guys on.
At current prices, Rick's 4 miles of Duncan Creek claims could contain over $50 million of gold.
I appreciate you stopping by. That's all we do. That's it.
Rick, good luck. Catch you later, man. Yep.
It's a weird situation to be in right now. Just what Tony said, I just kind of hit me in a way. I mean, obviously, I know what I got here. I know the value of it. It just seems like at this point, taking the money and running is just, is it really smart, or is it contrary to what I set up here to do? You know, it's that number with 7 zeros on it gets thrown in your face. Like, it's hard to.
it's hard to say no to that too. I've never really been one to get pushed out of something when I wasn't ready for it, but maybe I should be looking at it that way. I don't know. Every time I think that, I'm getting ahead, I just get pushed backwards again. And that's whatever. I'm not crying about it. I'm here to take it. I'm here to do it. But when is enough enough? When there's a guarantee put in front of you, when do you just say, take that, and I'll quit fighting? I've been saying, I was 30 years old when I came up here 14 years ago, and now I'm 70. But I don't know if that's a joke anymore.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to my channel, where today we're Eat the Bird incarnate taking on the undefeated Fat Clucker Challenge. You heard it right. It is undefeated. I have two trays of food in front of me, and we've got Jake at Eat the Bird that's going to describe exactly what I have in front of me here.
You've picked two burgers from our menu. You've gone for the chick tater here, our award-winning chick tater, by the way.
Award-winning chick tater.
And then the proper filth, which has been a staple of Eat the Bird for longer than I have.
Yeah.
And I've been here a while now. Kiev fries. These are one of my favourite things on our menu, and loads of them on this side. And then on this side, just over here, we've got some chicken Louisiana fries. So two of our dirty fries options, two of our heaviest dirty fries options, but a real treat. A whole bunch of our house-made pickles here, and then our ranch slaw as well. You've got two dips, a Korean barbecue you've gone for, and a garlic mayo on the other side. And then the tricky part, you've got 4 tenders.
Correct.
One of them is our OG tenders, absolutely no spice in that whatsoever.
Okay.
Then you've got a medium tender.
Okay.
So we start moving into the Nashville style chicken around about here.
Okay.
Medium, I can do that. That's fine. I'm not going to get hurt by that. Hot, I'm probably going to ignore that one. I won't survive by that one. And then we move into the extreme. Now the extreme is roughly around about 2.2 million Scovilles. So it's not. I wouldn't touch it.
Okay, so it's fair to say that the extreme hot chicken tender here at 2.2 million Scovilles is not one to be sniffed at, and I'm probably going to leave that one till last.
I absolutely would, because then you've got a saving grace in a pint of milkshake, which unfortunately is.
I know my milkshake
the
is.
cream is dying on that one. But you've gone for a vanilla shake, which will take the edge off that extreme tender.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much.
No
Thank
worries.
you. I have 60 minutes to take it down. If I manage to do it in that time, I will be successful in my attempt. I'll go up on the wall of fame and I'll give myself an awesome t-shirt. However, if I fail, it is a whopping. How much would it cost me if I fail? sale. It is a whopping £45 for the pleasure of taking part. And today, guys, I don't want to be parting with that cash. If you've got your guesses, leave them down below in the comments. Otherwise, guys, if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. If you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. This is the Fat Clucker Challenge at Eat the Bird in Cardiff. Let's get into it. Right then, everyone, in 3, 2, 1. I think I'm going to start with this delicious looking burger on this side. 3, 2, 1, go. Good day, cluckers, and welcome back to the channel. We command and conquer undefeated challenges worldwide. Today we're taking on this brand new challenge at Eat the Bird in Cardiff, appropriately named the Fat Clucker Challenge. And this is delicious. And that garlic mayo is lovely. I also unknowingly ate a chicken tender, which was also very, very nice. Don't you just love how you can take down entire chicken tenders completely unknowingly, like they went entirely unaccounted for? This is competitive eating. Getting into the peas and fries. Terrified at the moment because I'm very close to those extremely hot chicken tenders. I'm going to navigate my way around them in like a strategic way. These key fries, like big dirty fries, I'm getting like creamy bechamel-esque sauce on top. Setting that aside, on the basis that it's going to blow my head off. So, let's get into tray number 2, which again looks delicious. This is like the Korean barbecue deliciousness. The award-winning burger. That's delicious. That's spicy, but that is delicious. Let's talk a little bit more about the Fat Clucker. I have 60 minutes to take down 2 burgers of my choice, 2 mounds of loaded fries, pickles, coleslaw, 2 dips of my choosing, and a milkshake. But that is not all. This challenge also comes with 4 chicken tenders, which increase in spice level all the way up to the hottest, which is 2.2 million Scovilles. It's like a very sweet gochujang sauce, which is lovely. Complete the sauce. You get 2 sauces with this. They're both lovely, to be honest. Do people ever order the extreme heat?
Quite often. There's a select few people that sort of actually enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's sort of some people that think they can do it and then get very upset.
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm really glad I have napkins today, because I feel like I have food all over my face. Okay. So let's go for the medium heat. I believe it's this one. I'm guessing here, but that was fine. We're alive. Was last meeting was completely tolerable, it is safe to say I was stored in that last tender because there was nothing inside of me craving 2 million scovilles of spice. That is pure torture. The texture of those strips are ridiculous, aren't they? Wow.
Well, yeah, it's all different frying, sort of, better like 24 hours. That's what it is. If you go frying it, then you lose that texture. If you don't fry it enough, it's quite good.
Nailed it. I'm in two minds about how to do this now. This is terrifying me. Just so you know, this little number over here, 2.2 million scovilles. I'm scared. I can smell it. Oh no. All of my spicy food trauma is all coming back to me now. Okay. They're hot. I'm not ready. Yeah, fine. We're fine. We're alive. Hot tender down, just the extreme tender to go, which I'm not looking forward to, is safe to say. But on that note, everyone, give the video a thumbs up if you'd like to see me return to eat the bird to take on their one-time win challenge. Stick around to the end of the video for the outtakes, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. This is going to be awful. Let's get it down. Oh no! It's burning the entire way down. Save the milkshake. Save me. What do you think?
Smashed it.
Should we do it?
I mean, that's a terrifying card.
I'm a terrified woman. Right then, everyone, so that was the Fast Clucker Challenge at Eat the Bird in Cardiff, complete in a brand new record time of 30 minutes and 22 seconds. I am dying from 2.2 million scovilles of spice on that last tender. It was incredibly hot. It's definitely tolerable. You can definitely do it. I don't think it's as bad as people say. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm feeling the spice, but I have had spicier for sure. My favorite thing was that Korean burger. It had like this delicious, like sweet goju jangi sauce, and it was just incredible. I really, really enjoyed it. The dirty fries were dirty fries. I like dirty fries. They're not my favorite thing in the world, but I definitely enjoyed the challenge as a whole. I thought it was all delicious. The venue is beautiful. The people are lovely. I definitely recommend checking them out. If you would like to check out Eat the Bird in Cardiff, I'm going to leave links to them down below in the description. And if you do end up paying the visit, let them know that the chef sent you. My mouth is salivating. I'm dying from the size. Really enjoyed today, guys. If you did too, give the video a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. If you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. This was an absolute pleasure. I really did enjoy it, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Oh, brain freeze. My mouth is burning. Had better moments. Had more attractive moments, that's for sure. undefeated. What is up everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm at Peg's Bar and Street Food in Swanlincote taking on an undefeated challenge. In front of me here I have the challenge itself. It's called the Peg's Street Food Challenge. It includes a 10 patty burger, 3 chicken fillets, 10 wings, loaded fries, onion rings, frickles and a pint of drink. You can have lager or a non-alcoholic alternative. If I manage to complete this, I will get the meal for free. I'll go up on the wall of thanks. However, if I fail, it's a £40 fine. And today, guys, I don't want to be failing. If you enjoy this video, give it a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. If you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. This is the Peg's Street Food Challenge. Let's get into it. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's go. Good day, street food lovers, and welcome back to the channel where we command and conquer undefeated challenges worldwide. The fritters have like a burger sauce on them. Delish. Let's get this food.
Jet speaks to Vicky late at night. He refuses to give her more nicotine than she's been able to earn legitimately.
This is lame!
Listen. This is how I'll end it. But I know this. I've been doing this a while. All you have to do is tomorrow be like, I got so hammered and I'm embarrassed.
Why would I say that?
Because that's the humble thing to do.
Why do I need to apologize?
Because you act like an ass. I'm trying to give you free game here.
As everyone prepares in the morning, she continues to hide her face. So JD and Emma check on her. Bezo has been hanging out with Anissa quite a lot as her gay bestie. Emma visits them and says she tried to comfort Vicky, but it isn't working. Bezo says it seems as though everyone's minds are made up, so he can count on Vicky being eliminated with the bullet and enjoy the next few days. He says he's on better terms with Vicky after talking to her this morning, but is just manipulating her.
Angelfish are funny. Angelfish are like kind of angry. Look at this one facing right towards me, right in front of me. They see what they're signs, so they look at the other fish.
Bam arrives to distribute jobs for everyone. Several fish must do basics like cooking, cleaning, and day collecting bugs and finding a ladybug nest, Bam arrives to distribute jobs for everyone. Several fish must do basics like cooking, cleaning, and vending. The twins spend the day collecting bugs and finding a ladybug nest. Charity must convincingly flirt with a fish. Bezo must rage bait Landon, and Drake must get skate tips from Bam.
Mine is to rage bait Landon. I have to make Landon so angry that he breaks an object, and he cannot be suspicious that I'm doing it for a task to get paid. I don't want to see it either, but money's money.
I think it'll be
Stop being fucking mean to Vicky, get a fucking roll.
Emma's task was to do drug testing and pull hairs from everyone.
Honestly, I just kind of did it. People were mad. Sometimes I'd like fob it and I'd grab it and I'll yank it and they just like let me get it anyways. But I did not reveal the intent for my hair.
When are you two kissing? You clearly want to sleep together. I think there's something going on with you two.
No, we're just
Twincest for the Wincest slay.
No.
Twincest for the Wincest slay.
We're just buddies. Okay? Yeah, we're just buddies. Yeah, we're buddies.
Dogs do not eat the ladybugs. They are toxic. I'll break them.
425, 6.
Yeah, customers behind the counter. If you need something, just ask Landon. He'll pull it up for you.
And of course, the first one that I got is Robot Helper. Get the robot uppies and downies as needed, and I must stay at the robot's side until its tasks are completed for $13, which after the fine that I have jet is just gonna be $5. I have to basically do my real job in fish tank.
To rage bait Landon for his job, Bezo plans to steal and destroy Landon's plushie during a shift and blame it on Vicky.
We're like, Vicky, what the fuck? And then as long as I have you two as witnesses that also saw her do it, that's enough to verifiably say she did it. And he leaves the market because, like, what the fuck? You're fucking my shit out. Your opportunity to go in and take something.
You want me to steal from Landon?
I'd rather create him in the dishwasher. It was overseas. No, I'm saying overseas. Hey, we need to break her down so she's not paying attention. Then we'll steal. And then as soon as we start hearing like weeping and crying, we can be like, hey, and she's because then she's gonna cover her face like she was doing the thing. She's not the type of person to like when you can answer something false very obviously to like say no, I didn't do that. She's the type to get mad at the person.
When they act on their plan, they find it's hard to anger a man who cleans poop for a living, and harder still when your only experience lying is through a keyboard.
What the fuck? Hey yo! What the fuck happened? What the fuck is this? Landon! What? Landon, the scorpion plushie was yours, right? If he was the only one in there, right? Yeah. What the fuck did I do? I don't know if that they might give her a job or something. I don't know. That's fucked up she would do that though. Yeah.
Whoever did it was a big block, but if it's their job, then
that's fucking ripping guys out. Maybe your job is maybe you have to. I don't know what else you fucked up though.
I know it's like we all are friends and buddies right now, but even then, that's a big risk to take. I'll watch him while he watches.
Do you get like an inventory of like what is like fucked up? Because that's all I saw was the plushie.
I did not destroy that plushie. I just saw him throw a pocket knife on
I
it.
just had JD in there. Yeah,
No,
we were both in there.
I was literally sleeping.
Everything they say about you is true. That's fucked up. You're disgusting.
You're a really evil person. I didn't do anything to you, and you're like super evil.
Yeah. This is actually the first time you've been good at lying so far.
Supporting Bezo damages JD's cover with Vicky to no gain, and within a few minutes, Landon asks them to leave his store and do something else. Vicky trashes Bezo's bed in retaliation for his pointless frame job.
That was really fucked up, dude. That was not okay. He's like the happiest person in this house. Oh, bitch. Fuck you. Really? You're gonna throw water on my shit on day fucking 2. You're disgusting. And ridiculous. Is that exciting?
Are you gonna hit me? Do you want to hit me and hurt me? Is that what's going on?
You told me that last night. I don't want to hurt you. Wipe my shit up again, bitch. Wipe my shit up again.
little soap there. A little sudsy. A little bit sudsy. Do you like it? You like your little slop trough? You like your little slippery slug bed? Or don't you like it yourself? On you? You started it. That's $6,000. You started it. Go do it again. Yes. Go do it again. Go do it again. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Would you like to? Okay, I'm gonna do stuff. There's also the robot. Sure, lots of you want water in your cup. You want water in your cup. You want water in your cup. Just that Frank has to want these things.
You can touch him, it's not worth it. You'll get hep C or pink eye.
Vicky becomes a bag lady to protect her possessions. Emma assists Bezo in cleaning up the mess, and they both complain that Vicky used grenadine, which will stain.
So I'm not like, oh, I'm pissed. I'm going to start destroying everything she has. I know I have to just be calm and just think about what's forward.
The hamster vape is chained to the ceiling just before family breakfast.
I need a lot right now.
Bongo studies the 48 laws of power, and Bam rolls in for some orange juice.
That's a nice delivery. I didn't expect it. Who gets a Quran delivery? Only the fish.
Everything goes through. You can read it in 1 day. Let me just finish from it. I can try, but I don't think it exists.
What was the inaugural part? Was the inaugural part?
Vicky tells Bezo she noticed his attempt to manipulate her by playing nice this morning. Emma changes her colors again to lend a sympathetic ear to Vicky and suggests she speak to Landon to clear the air.
I kind of wanted to be nice to Vicky for a little bit longer. She was just the easiest person to push that on out of everybody. And I got what I wanted. I got one for us. But she does need to stay here until that first motivation. Because if she leaves early, that's going to create a hard situation where we have to go to someone else. She's the easy target this season. So, one way or another, she's out of here at some point.
Bezo, you'll be pleased to know that they're going to hang an unsupervised minor from the banister so you can feed your addiction too.
No, thank you.
Please don't trust Bezo at all. He's been involved with some not cool stuff on the outside. Vicky is a non-threat.
That was my thought exactly. I do kind of see her as a non-threat.
When I came in and Bezo was chucking the water all over Vicky, and her basically pacing around in the bar area, hearing all the trolls just letting her have it, I was like, she's not gonna last long. She is gonna pack her shit and leave. But then Bezo throwing the water on her, now everything got reversed onto Bezo. Now they're calling him a fag and they're saying, go Team Vicky.
The telepresence robot that JD must assist today activates. His Indian supervisor, Antara, has been given a tight meeting itinerary, putting JD in a communication bind until Bashir arrives to help.
Yeah, you can just turn around. Those stairs are right behind you.
आपका सा है ठीक है
हाँ जी मैं ठीक हूँ आप कैसे हैं
जी
तो आपको हिंदी पता है
उर्दू
उर्दू
मुसलमान
ओके
Okay.
You were from
Gujarat.
Sure, you said you had 4 wives. Yeah. What are their names?
Keiko, Nilufer, Nariman, and Freya.
Let's hold you back from one more.
My religion. The limit is 4.
You want to go up the stairs? Let me know.
Antara asks JD who he thinks will get eliminated. He says Bashir, but Vicky is listening and asks why he didn't say Bezo.
Bashir. Yeah, but he's crazy.
Did you say your name is Bashir?
No, I was spelling your name for him.
Why don't you spell my name?
Bam introduces a challenge, putting Antara on hold for a bit.
Do you ever get those ads for those mobile games? They're probably like Chinese botware. We're gonna hand you your mobile game, and we need you to act out how it's played. Physically, make all the sound effects, and show us how this game is played.
Okay, how about flip the switch?
It'd be like, if I flip it 100 times, it's a bonus switch.
It has blood, gore, so we're not like doing kiddie stuff with the game. The campaign mode is in the works, but it's going to follow historical events.
Being poisoned by Anissa, the Grand Black Widow succubus from hell, is now putting lead in iDubbbz's food, crushing up all sorts of pills to fuck up his mind. She's openly bragging about it now, folks. She's the one behind it, dumbing him down. She's saying that by the next time we see iDubbbz, he won't even be able to complete the sentence. Like, hasn't it been like that for years now?
2 years, maybe, right?
What do you mean now? The smart fucker hasn't been able to talk for years. He's cooked. He's cooked. She's talking about her desire to peg him, how badly she wants to get up inside his ass, but apparently iDubbbz is resisting getting pegged. You know, then she's talking about putting him in a gimp suit for International Women's Day and spending all of his fucking money.
Everything
It's
came true.
brutal,
You
buddy.
felt the instant rattling her, too.
Oh, yeah, I felt it. fucking triggering Anissa hard there. She's going off on big time crash outs about fucking H3, about us, jealous of the money that we're making. Apparently, we're farming all of our money from incels. You know, somebody better tell Kitty that she's a male incel or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Somebody, everyone that ever done it.
Farming money off incels, you make OnlyFans, bitch.
I know! Well, not anymore, Andy. Hold on. Anissa has quit OnlyFans because of the Zionist connection. So she won't allow Jews to make money off her body anymore. Well, Andy, she's launched a new service, Fansly. So she's on Fansly now, and she's looking for, guess how much, Andy, a month?
Is it $10?
Oh, no, it's not. It's $85 a month for the new highest tier of the Miss Jama package.
Are you?
Now, there's a lesser tier for a mere $35. But then you only get one dick rating a month, buddy. As though you would ever need more than one dick rating ever.
Could you re-review this now?
And then, but you get the pay-per-view dropped for $85 a month. But you get all 3 photos a month for free.
This is a scam.
Oh, yeah, buddy. It's a big-time scam alert.
And the
Scam alert.
So
H3, like the whole, she's like talking about how Tamara smells like pennies. And like the client's just, oy vey. And just like, there, she's anti-Semitic. Anissa's anti-Semitic. She's become Anissa She-Wolf of the SS. She's fucking out there persecuting the Jews. Mila Klein impersonation. And she's
crashing out at Ela. She's crashing out against us. She's kind of simping for us. It's weird.
It's weird.
You know?
It's
It
weird.
is weird, but she'll pretend like she doesn't know what felt it is, even though they did a whole video about it.
Please,
Like,
come on. It's
we
okay.
know it's their favorite show that they watch. We're finally getting. Today we're starting off with the drama segment.
Oh wow! Well, a lot of wool buddies. We got a lot of wool buddies.
Mercy on our fucking souls.
The
Yeah.
wool buddies will be very fun.
Ralph putting out a picture of his penis, which is obviously fucking AI.
It's AI. And by the way, he's tried AI-ing a bigger penis, but it looks like a normal average.
But yeah, it's like, this is your penis on AI? It's like the micro penis, buddy.
Bro, that's my penis in the Arctic waters. Like, come on, Ralph. There's no veins on it.
Then we've got the quartering, snaking Hannah Claire Brimolo. He's in a seething, bitter, alcoholic rage, revealing that Hannah Claire is pregnant. Again.
No.
She was pissed. And for the first time ever, I heard her swear. She told Jeremy to fucking settle down and stop it. But Jer wouldn't stop, and he kept mentioning her being on pregnancy hormones and all this crazy shit. It's like, how can you do this, Jer? This is beyond, buddy. You're harassing your staff for being fucking pregnant and openly revealing to the world that they're pregnant when they don't want it? What's wrong with you? She's trying to keep it a secret. And he did the same thing. And I didn't even have the heart to put it in like 2 weeks ago to Luke when he said that Luke's moving to fucking Nicaragua or Puerto Rico or some shit like this.
Oh, yeah, dox him.
Yeah, just doxes him, and it's so fucking uncomfortable. But now it's all out there. Everybody's talking about this, that Hannah Claire's pregnant and Luke's moving to fucking Nicaragua.
You can't do that, though.
It's like, well, you can't do this fucking shit. But he's such a pathetic, sad little man that he has to flex his nuts, his authority over these people, because he has nothing else in life. By the way, he quit. He quit doing news. No, quartering. He's no longer doing news, no longer doing politics. He's now covering woke movies and Hollywood.
Oh,
when he just 2 weeks ago was saying that.
close my eyes and wake up easy every night 10 hours later. If I allow myself to go back to sleep, I sleep 12 hours. My scores are in the green almost every night on my Whoop.
12 hours?
I've lowered my biological age by like, or the age, I've lowered by 2 years.
The most manic fucking rant that I've ever heard.
Dude, I have never
You need to
felt...
check into a mental health facility.
This is what sobriety does to people, Tom. It makes them crazy. And they start believing their own Kool-Aid they're drinking.
There, Bert Kreischer, Comedy Central special, Travel Channel, Great the Conquer trip. You're in the files. This is
Am I really in the Epstein files?
Yeah, you're in the Epstein files. You are, man. I thought you'd be super on top of that.
You know that I would have clearly befriended Jeffrey Epstein if he had reached out. If he had reached out, I would have.
If he'd been like, do you want to get on my plane? You'd be like, yeah.
Two Bears, One Cave is back, and somehow it's even worse than when they left. After taking several weeks off with no episodes, no explanation, and absolutely zero regard for anyone who still watches this show, Bert Kreischer has returned with the energy of a man who just discovered what it feels like to be a functioning human being for the first time in 2 decades. He's been sober for a couple of months now, not by choice, obviously. His blood clots made that decision for him, and in the space of a few weeks, he's gone from insufferable drunk to washed-up rock star who won't shut up about how amazing sobriety is. It's actually affecting his ability to tell the machine story, believe it or not. But that's not even the worst part, because in this episode, Bert basically reveals that his marriage is falling apart. Leanne won't sleep with him. We knew she moved him out of the bedroom, but now she stopped cooking for him entirely, and a few other sketchy things, which is a lot to unpack for a podcast that's supposed to be about 2 comedians shooting the shit. Oh, and Bert's in the Epstein files, which led to one of the most unhinged conversations I've seen on this show for a while, and that's saying a lot. We'll get to that in a moment, because before we jump in, if you haven't already, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you can watch my latest long-form deep dives on The Curse of Shane Gillis and The Problem with Adam Ray. There's a whole bunch of other stuff on there, so you don't want to miss out.
They suck. They suck.
Those guys suck. Yeah, they do. Love, you can't wait to see you win. Love, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker. That actually sounds really familiar. Hassan Piker.
Yeah. Well, what other fans are we into then? I know like Toby the Performer, which I think is kind of.
That's the first one that came to my mind too. Actually, Toby the Performer.
Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
That's not really a fandom. Oh, I guess it is now.
I mean, it
when
was
we were into it, it was like really small.
There's still a fan to all these things. Don't me, I'm scared.
Twins. What are your favorite bugs to watch around the house?
Probably the ladybugs. They're all over the place. I hardly ever see ladybugs.
One time I saw a queen ant.
Oh yeah, they were just big.
And I was staring at it so hard, and I let it go.
But it didn't have any wings. I don't think it was cool.
The queens lose their wings after they mate. Maybe she'll come into the colony. I don't know. It's a giant freaking ant though, so it must have been.
Well, just a really big
ant. Black ant.
And what other bugs did we see? I think that's about. I did see a big ass spider crawling there. But I tried to tell him it was already gone before I could even say anything.
Who?
Anise?
Alicia?
Yeah.
Was the spider crawling on her foot?
No, it was crawling like right next to her shoe, but under the couch. It was like this big.
Wait,
I know that
under the couch that we sleep on?
Yeah, under the couch that we sleep on. I was gonna say something, but I don't know. The words caught my foot and it was really fast. It was already under, and I was like.
How did it feel when you found the ladybug breeding nest?
It felt very glorious because we were searching for it and we were looking really hard for it. So I was really like thankful to like the universe and to God.
I felt proud of us.
I felt like I just discovered like a new continent.
Google Maps, give me a boner.
Yeah.
Me too. I Google Earth all the time.
Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. How about Squee?
Yeah, I don't know like that.
Oh, we like Lenore, the cute little dead girl.
Yeah, Lenore. GTHM.
Why do you think production decided to allow your inbred asses into the house? What a disgusting duo of retarded, slow-minded idiots.
Because they were twins. Duh. Because is it an idiot?
Cut your hair.
I did it. She cut her hair. She cut my hair.
I did it.
Which bugs and rodents would you like to be inside the house?
I would like. Honestly, I welcome most creatures.
I would like mice.
I like mice.
Mice are cute. They don't bite.
I want squirrels.
In a house? Don't they shouldn't be outside in the trees?
They can break into your house. Chipmunk. I don't know. I don't want anything poisonous. Nothing poisonous.
I don't want
lizards. I like lizards.
I love lizards. Thank God I'm a lizard.
Thank God I'm a lizard.
That's a reference. We're not lizards.
Ready to go?
You
have a question?
Yeah, I think so. I'm saying it in more fandom.
What if the mice had dandruff and little mites?
What? No. Mice had what?
Yeah, dandruff and little mice. I don't even want them. That's really bright angelfish.
Yeah, you scare the shit out of that fish.
But yeah, no, I don't know about that. I don't know about little mice that are covered, like little
mice like covered in dandruff?
No, in mites.
In mites?
I didn't even want the mites. That was your thing.
Have you guys ever had the same thought at the same time?
All the time. All the time.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys. We'll see you later. Let's see you all later.
Actually, we're working on some drawings pretty soon. So hopefully we can put some more out.
Yo, twins, what's your favorite bug to eat? Dumma twin, 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 dumma twin.
We like to eat ants. Now let's go.
I like. What did I say before?
Flies. To go.
Alright. I was just downstairs. I was looking at the cans and I noticed that. I noticed that you were in the kitchen and you were in the bar. And then even just now, when I was like, "Where's my?" We all went together.
If you could combine a human baby with any mouse, bug, or rodent to create a new animal, what would you choose to create this new creature?
Scorpion.
We need you guys to stick together from now on. Just don't be.
She was just in the bathroom a second ago.
That's cool, but just don't be in separate rooms. And if she's in the bathroom, just hang out outside of. Not literally, you don't have to be right outside of the bathroom, but the same room that the bathrooms.
Alright, that sounds good.
But just don't split up anymore, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Thanks, guys.
My high name is Sharp Fart. I think you two are beautiful ladies. I want you to spit on me. Please ride my pole. By the way, how fast can you run?
I think I can do it.
Oh, you know what? I also, we were a huge Sonic fan when we were kids. I'm still, we still kind of like it, but, you know, we're kind of.
It's not really niche, though.
It's not niche.
Hi, my name is Alex B.
Hi.
Do you like monkeys?
Yeah. I like monkeys. I like apes. I like chimpanzees. I like the great apes.
HIV twins. Can you tell us the story of how you guys both got HIV positive?
We were born with it.
Yeah.
Which of you can jump the highest?
Let's see who can jump higher. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Hey, you cheated. You lied. Fine. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. You can decide. You decide. You didn't do anything. You can wait though.
I can't go with you, but that's why I'm here a little bit.
Yeah.
I like it, but it's okay.
She didn't bang lights up. What the hell? You can bang lights up. Trying to waste it. Trying to kill the environment.
I'm so glad.
Trying to waste energy.
I actually have to say we should stay the same room. I don't like being in the room with her.
Oh, we gotta stay in the same room no matter what anyway.
Yeah, so just follow me.
I want to be Bloody Mary.
Yeah, just stay wet.
Hi, my name is Alex B. I gave my monkeys HIV. We have a lot in common.
Wow. Like bingo and bongo.
Alex B, like bingo and bongo. That's what the B stands for.
What's better, bed? Or our own beds? What are you going for?
I'm scared to be in here.
Really? I'm scared. I'm scared. That's fair.
You can only select one. One can talk. Pick one.
Giant frog that can talk. Giant frog that can talk. That's my favorite.
The B in Alice B stands for Boingo.
Boingo. Bongo, and boingo. Wow. The missing card. See? Triplets. Right. This one makes it. Or maybe this. Oh wait, that makes it different. Oh. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put your own game signs. Here. I'm just thinking this one.
Can you bounce on it, wacko style? If you had to eat one animal organ for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Chicken breast. Chicken breast. That's not organ. That's not an organ though. Monkey breast. No, I'm just kidding. I'm hungry. What organ? Probably the brain or the heart. I think are skin's an organ. Pig skin. I think it's pig skin. Pig skin. You show pig skin. I think it's pig feet. Pig feet. That's not an organ. Oh, you're right. Golly. I would probably eat the brain of like a dolphin. Eat the brain.
Could you imagine yourself eating human meat?
By accident? Doesn't this say they would actually ever been to McDonald's?
Hi, Shark Fart here. Have you ever been trapped in a wooden box? I have one in my yard I want to test out.
I've never been trapped in anything. Maybe it's something similar. Like I got.
If you had to crawl inside one animal for warmth, what would you crawl into?
Donkey. A donkey? No, I'm just kidding. She likes donkeys. A cow.
Here's what's going on in your head.
Dude, you guys know we got plans, bro. That's true. We got so much going on. That's why we seem so blank. It's because there's so much going on here. Right? Yeah. People just don't understand, bro, how genius we are. We're like Jimmy Neutron level.
Which of you has more dandruff? And can you collect it and count all the dandruff?
I probably do. I don't know what to say, but it's like,
Have you guys eaten each other's poop before? Or poop in general?
oh yeah, everybody does that, but no, we don't eat no food. No, he said each other food, or do we eat poop in general? That's what you saying, not do we poop. Okay, no.
So, did you actually get it from your mom? Like, was she a druggie or get raped? Or did she just make bad sex decisions? Also, can you give us a Roman salute for the boys?
Like, a Roman salute? I don't know what a Roman salute is. That's not.
Hey, twins. Cool question. Yeah? Is it pink?
Oh my god, dude. You can say that. No, I'm just kidding.
HIV twins? Which one of you can jump the furthest off the highest bed?
Hey, good question. Jump the furthest off the highest bed. I can probably jump from here to here.
Have you ever accidentally drank each other's pee?
No. That's actually a question. No.
Check under the mattresses for ladybugs. I have seen so many crawling under Muhammad's bed. Check for yourself.
Oh, you can't even look at it.
Hey, Boingo, would you rather eat Bingo's poop or pee? You gotta answer.
Answer the question. No, there's only you at that. Oh.
If you have one bucket that holds 2 gallons and another bucket that holds 5 gallons, how many buckets do you have?
2.
Who can jump up and down the fastest? I'm gonna tell y'all about Homestuck later. Go warn you about the stairs.
Yeah. Did you say? Go down for the stairs. Go for the stairs. That's how it's from.
Benedict X, like Las Vegas style fan X. And me and my fuck is that? Daddy, if you're watching this, look at that. Oh, Fuzzies. Yeah. Don't swap. His name is Fatty. Yeah. F-A-D what? Fatty, yeah, from Syria. Yeah. I played that show with him. He only played once or more? Yeah, I played with him one time. He had fat hair and shit. He had a big out with chopped hair. Looks like it'll probably be enough to just wet it. Oh yeah, me, Yo Viral, that was a good game. Wesley was fun. Something else? No. Yeah, two times. We had came from Vegas tournament, World Series, oh wow! I was being trapped? No way! Oh my gosh! I can't believe that! Wow! You're going after me. I was wondering what I was. I was thinking, please don't let please don't put my kid. I can't believe that happened. Getting the fans. You turn that on? It's too cold though. It needs to get cold. Not, maybe on low. That fan, I don't know if it's, I've never seen it being low. It's okay, leave it off. Yeah, I was thinking don't fall for it. Don't take it. No. Can I get a sugar-free Red Bull, please? Sugar-free Red Bull? I think I'm about bad luck charm. Extra sugar? I think I'm about bad luck charm. You always leave? Oh, yeah.
Well, I did say how long we played Mariano played. No, you're right. Whenever I play you always lose.
I'll probably down 1 million next year.
Sorry, but
It's okay, it's just
it
funny.
makes you feel any better. I would rather it wasn't the case.
It's funny. It's funny.
Sure, it's not much of a consolation, but
4,000. I think it's just like that. Like sometimes there's people that you always win with.
yeah.
Ace Jack versus Ace King. Oh, baby. All in and a snap call.
Ace King is
Certainly influenced somewhat by the bounty game. Mariano also down on the night.
What?
Just ready to gamble a little bit. Sounds like they're going to run at one time. Ace Jack versus Ace King, clubs versus diamonds. As you can see, Oliver about a 2-1 favorite as we head to the flop. All spades out there. Running spades, by the way, we chop it up. $55,000 in the pot. Another spade out there. So Mariano can win it with a jack. Chop it up with a spade. That is neither a jack or a spade, and Ace King is good. $55,000 pot. Oliver wins it. Mariano having a tough evening tonight. Biggest winner in the history of Hustler Casino Live.
The king
Not
and
having a
the
good
spade are
night.
both the same.
Yeah,
They both win. Don't worry about my phone.
Absolutely.
You're on the pair of wins, right?
I'll feel
They're
better.
also the same as a 3.
I'll feel better. Deuces.
Hey everybody, this is Randy Santel, Atlas, and I am very, very hungry and excited today. I've been wanting to take on this challenge for a very long time. I'm going for overall victory number 1,300. And
breaking news. Nate Diaz to return to MMA for the first time in nearly 4 years against Mike Perry at the Most Valuable Promotions MMA event on May 16th, headlined by Ronda Rousey.
I wanted to put this in the chat, man, because I saw something about this going on.
Take that lower third off here for just a second if you can, Long Let's react to this here in real time.
Yeah.
Chuck, you heard what he had to say. You go first.
Well, I mean, I think that there's several things at play here. This seems a little bit like a gamesmanship of MVP yet again, because we were talking about who's the best opponent for Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor, well, there's one fight out there that's kind of makes the most sense for him. If UFC is going to put together, the fight that makes the most sense was probably Nate Diaz, right? We weren't sure exactly how that would go, and here we go with MVP kind of getting a third, I guess, part of this hydra that they've got going on with 3 big events for one card. Getting Nate Diaz feels to me a little bit of that same gamesmanship that they've been doing, and it's kind of I kind of dig the idea of Mike Perry too, because here's a guy who's kind of resurrected his career with the bare knuckle thing, and like he's put together some pretty good business decisions given who he is. Ending up on this card too, I don't hate it. Both these guys are like Jake Paul, like they both stood in there with him, right? So I guess it shouldn't be a big surprise, but in terms of putting together a fight that people are going to pay attention to, and I think Nate's still got that juice a little bit. Like I like it. I think it's good, man.
I mean, let's think about this. You've got Francis on the card, Nate Diaz on the card, and now you've got Ronda and Gina in the main event. Tickets are notoriously difficult to sell, I think, in Southern California, but that might do the job, Chuck, right? Like, I think they're going to sell out with that. At least they get pretty fucking close.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll jump in when you're done now.
No, go ahead, jump in.
Okay, I was going to say that, does this also, like, you see this, right? And Nate Diaz was a guy who kind of in the Francis Ngannou was like, I want some more freedom. Here he is on this card. Mike Perry has been able to do multiple things with his contract, right? Like, he's got the same freedom. He's on this card. You had Ronda Rousey who showed up in a pro wrestling thing. What was it? AEW, whatever that other. Like, she shows up on that because she's on this card, but she's got the ultimate freedom to do this. You know what I mean? And of course, Francis Ngannou kind of coming in here talking about freedom. It feels like when you think about UFC's stranglehold of monopoly, none of this could happen. Like these guys just can't moonlight and bounce around into different things other than RAF or something like that. But they can't do these high-profile gigs. It kind of glares at me in this weird way. This card is being constructed in such a way that it really does turn a spotlight on that sort of thing.
I actually think it's pretty smart business to turn the event into a referendum on UFC's practices. I actually think I think there's a limit to what that can get you, but there's actually a fair amount of usable material, and there is dissatisfaction. We talked about it. One of the reels that we posted on Instagram kind of blew up around this topic, and so that kind of tells you that there's this organic interest in it, and Rousey is right to kind of hype on it. The promoters are right to kind of deal with it. I can tell you this. I mean, I know that UFC was talking to Nate. So I don't know why Nate ultimately is choosing this path, because you got to wonder, like, at age, what is he, 41, 42, Nate?
Yeah, he's like 41, I believe.
So one thing I think fans should think about is, if he said, again, I don't know why he said no to them here. Maybe they wanted some kind of a deal. Maybe they were going to pay him enough, but they wanted him for like 5 fights just to lock him up, and he didn't want to do that. So I can't say that they lowballed him. So because I don't know.
Right.
What I can say is I know he was talking to them. I know for a fact he was talking to them, and I know that he likes the UFC too. I know he likes those guys, but he ended up signing with MVP anyway. My hunch, Chuck, that is Nate, by UFC's choice. That's him closing the door on ever returning. I think that my understanding is they did not like it when he fought Jake Paul and lost. And if there was a chance to come back, this was the window. Yep. However, what I will say is, one, as you indicated, dude, Mike Perry has so outrageously overachieved by leaving UFC. It's crazy. Just on the BKFC level. Yeah. Not including the payday he got fighting Jake Paul or the payday he's going to get here. And God only knows what could happen. I suspect Nate will win, but, we'll fucking see, right?
Yeah.
Did 5, leave it hot
memberships. You know what we do with that? We make stuff run. Birds, we make them fly. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And Wing Dinger gives us one. Jesus Christ, we only 14 away, I think. I don't even know anymore. Let's go back to 20 because I can remember 20 and I don't want to add right now. Yeah, this is going to be good with Adam. You know, he's a smart man. You know, I have the word of the day today, which I will be using a big word that Syke sent me that, you know, hopefully I get it right. And hopefully, you know, I get it right in a lot of ways, but I don't think so, you know? But everyone sit down. Adam will be here in a fucking second, okay? Oh, yeah, everybody loves the fucking Levy bird. No fucking doubt about that shit. Syke had fun last night. He went to a hockey game. Look at you.
And my team whooped the shit out of the Avalanche.
Well, that's good. That's good. Because you go to a game and your team loses.
Yeah, that would suck.
It would totally...
But we won. We scored a touchdown.
We scored at 7 goals. Holy shit, that's insane, but not insane as Wingdinger giving another gifted membership. Now we're down to 19 because we went back to 20. So, Jesus fucking Christ, you're all drunk. It's a holiday. It's the worst holiday. It makes no fucking sense. What is this about? Like this chasing snakes out of somewhere or something? Or the potato famine?
I think it was the snakes. I think you're right.
Yeah. There's snakes all over the place. You gotta be careful. John looking for a friend. I even watched the Hooli thing, and it's just like, you know, he really fucking, Hooli was on, and then fucking another foreigner, and Will Hearn, the guy named after a fish or a bird, depends what you want, you know? Look at this shit, Sparrow. Sparrow.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
It's hard to make money in these things, man. Like, those things are hard. Like, the UFC doesn't get the credit it deserves in terms of the promotional machine. Like, that's a smooth running machine. Oh, yeah. That machine's been around for a long time. It's so polished. Between the production, all the guys in the truck, the directors, the producers.
No, they're the best of the best.
Yeah, they're the best. It's hard. And then you got all the best fighters. And it's like the product. So when they have a fight like Holloway and Oliveira, and like, oh, this fight wasn't good. Like, that's a great fight, man. It's just you can't be a casual.
People are just bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
You know,
like listen, to do that to Max Holloway is crazy. Do you not appreciate that? Go watch baseball.
Wrestlers, great grapplers have never done that to him.
I know, it's nuts. It's nuts if you think about it.
Yeah. It's exciting, man. The UFC is definitely the best at it. With this whole Paramount thing, I was kind of, we'll see how it turns out. I was kind of worried, like, if you take pay-per-view off the table, how much is UFC going to put the biggest fights together? Because they don't need to sell pay-per-views. They're guaranteed money.
Right.
You know, I was just wondering if that would not water it down, but it would get a bunch of weaker cards, and I'm still waiting to find out.
Well, it is weird, right? Because with pay-per-view, you're always building it up so that people buy it. And then it also points, like the fighters get paid points. So how are fighters getting paid?
I've been asking every show I work. I ask everybody. I want to know because my last few years in the UFC, I was.
Nobody's telling you.
Nobody's telling me anything.
They're keeping you in the dark.
Keeping me in the dark.
What the fuck is that?
Keeping me in the dark, man. Because I was pay-per-view partner multiple fights with the UFC. If there's, and that was always the thing, they kind of in discussion about contracts and about future fights, they kind of held over you, like,
right,
you win this fight, one day you're going to fight for the belt, you're going to get pay-per-view, your life's going to change. That was always the carrot they hung, like, to make, to do anything. That was the goal, to one day fight for the belt and get pay-per-view money. But now that that's gone, I mean, Connor's not going to fight. Even Justin at the White House, there's no way these guys are fighting with that backdoor money. So they must be just guaranteeing them a bigger I don't know.
Well, I think Justin would fight no matter what because it's for the title. This is his last fight.
Well, the title.
It's
but
the
any
title. It says the White House. He's a patriot. It's the last fight. I think he would fight no matter what. But like, Ronda Rousey. She's promoting the Netflix fight. She made. I don't know if you saw what she said, but she had this big long speech about the UFC selling for $7 billion. These fighters aren't making enough money, and look, she made some good points. And the most important thing is that she gets the conversation out there, and it puts pressure on the UFC to pay people more. And if Netflix can become successful at MMA, if they can become successful at putting cards together and pulling fighters away. Like right now, they're doing a one-off, right? It's one-off, and it's kind of a gimmicky thing.
And listen, this payroll is going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy.
You got Ronda, Francis, Nate, everybody's getting
crazy money.
The payroll is going to be nuts.
But if anybody's got that kind of money, it's Netflix. Yeah. They throw around a lot of ridiculous money. They make so much money. So they can kind of do that. The question is, are they going to do that more than once? So if they do that more than once, then what happens is it's all about the name of the fighters, just like boxing. Like in boxing, no one cares if it's Golden Boy,
no, of course.
Bob Arum. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is who's fighting who. Is it Benavidez? Who's he fighting? Is he fighting Bivol? Let's go. That's a great fight. So if Netflix can kind of do the boxing thing on Netflix with like big name stars, they can be a major player, and that will elevate everybody's pay scale. So as a lot of people like, oh, Ronda, how could you turn her back on the UFC and talk shit like that? If what she's saying doesn't make any sense, she can't say it, right? So if what she's saying makes sense, then you have to go, she's got a point.
Yeah.
She's got a point. She's got a point. They sold it for $7 billion or whatever it is. They got this $7 billion deal, whatever the fucking deal was, with Paramount. Not even selling it, sold rights to it, right? That makes sense. She's making sense. And so if she's saying this and Netflix listens, and if someone comes along, they're a shrewd businessman, they go, look, there's a lot of people, their contracts are coming up. And when these people's contracts are coming up, let's get into negotiations. And then all of a sudden, some people start drifting over.
Yeah.
So if you get like an Islam Makhachev starts leaving, and they leave and go fight at Netflix, and then they can talk 4 or 5 top major contenders into doing, look, it's a big ask.
Listen, I love the UFC. Spend most of my professional career there, but I love seeing these other organizations come up and people making money. Like you said, it rises everything. Yeah. It's more places for people to work. It's great. It's only good.
Olivier Mercier made $1 million.
Come on.
In the PFL.
Yeah.
And I think he did it more than once, right? Didn't he win the tournament twice or something like that?
I'm not sure.
He definitely won it at least once. So like
Canadian gangster,
right? A guy who's not in the top 10 of the UFC goes over to another organization, makes $1 million. Okay, I don't know if that's sustainable for them. I don't know how they came up with that money.
They got to be bleeding money out.
They have to be bleeding out. Nobody's money.
Or even guys like Pettis, who was a former world champion, who his contract was good in the UFC.
Right.
chose not to re-sign with the UFC and went to PFL. They had to be paying big money.
They have to be.
You know.
So it's all competition ultimately is good for the most important thing, which is paying the fighters. So I'm happy.
And places to work. Like if UFC cuts you or something, back 10 years ago, there's the only place to make money.
Right.
They cut you, now you got to get a job, maybe fight, try to get back in part-time fighting, like try to get,
Exactly.
now you can pivot and still have a career.
Well, that's the thing with Francis. When Francis left the PFL, everybody's like, well, now he's fucked because he can't fight in the UFC. He can't, like, I wanted him to come back to the UFC. And I was like, come on, can we figure out a way to make this happen? But Dana just does not want to have anything to do with him. Like, apparently they did not get along very well. Which is like, I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Can I help? Can I fucking get you guys in a room together and fucking calm everybody down? But at the most important thing is
he's still a guy I want to watch.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Fuck yeah. I mean, he's the legit heavyweight champion. If you think about it, he never got beat in MMA as a heavyweight champion. You know, and then he fought Renan Ferreira in
PFL.
Yeah.
It's another ATT guy.
But it's another one where it's like, who's watching that? I mean, and if you're watching it, you're just watching it for Francis.
Me and you.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I wanted to know, like, what were the numbers for that fight? It was probably the biggest fight they ever put on.
I don't think I've ever seen any numbers from PFL.
And I think, like, he was, like, getting $20 million a fight, and he wanted his opponents to get a huge amount, too. I forget what he had, like, a minimum amount his opponents would get in his contract.
Respect. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's awesome.
That's part of his contract. I forget what the number was, but it was substantial. So Renan Ferreira got a giant payday for that fight too. Good. Where are they getting? I guess they have Saudi money.
I think they did for some of the shows because they went to Saudi to do some shows.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they're backing them the whole company.
You're gonna need something like Netflix, and Netflix can kind of pull it off because Netflix has a massive promotional machine, but they need big names. So, like, now that they have Nate and Mike Perry on the card, too, like, okay, so you got Nate, Mike Perry, you got Francis, Philip Lins, you have Rhonda and Gina. Okay, now you have 3 interesting fights.
Yeah.
You're going to need a few more.
And it's on Netflix, so it's going to be free, but even if Nate and Mike Perry was the headliner, I would have bought that paper.
100%. Well, you don't have to buy it.
Exactly.
It's on Netflix. Yeah. So this is what gets interesting. So if this fight goes on Netflix and gets 50 million views.
It's going to get a lot.
Yeah, it could get more views than any fight ever.
Yeah.
It could. It's very possible because Netflix is bigger than anything. If they got more views than anybody ever, that would be fucking, but then YouTube might come along.
Most views on a mixed martial arts event.
Hey guys, we're YouTube. We're even bigger than Netflix. Because YouTube is bigger than fucking Netflix. Yeah. YouTube is everywhere. And if they come up with some crazy if more players get involved in this and more people become
Just like these ghetto hood rats you see getting pulled over, they have to pull the "don't touch me, don't touch me." They're so magical, like unicorns. This is how every fucking thing in this country gets dragged down to the lowest common denominator when you include you know who. Hey, did you see the Oscars last night? I was with my family and we were trying to pick the winners. And shut up. Shut your yap. So, there was a little dust-up that happened. This is Tiana Taylor. She was nominated for supporting actress.
One battle after another. Yeah, supporting.
What was that?
One battle after another, supporting actor.
One battle after another. The commie shit, white-hating movie. That could be any movie comes out of Hollywood these days. But, yeah, one battle after another. Tiana Taylor. And during the red carpet or when they're going inside, I guess a security guy bumped into her. How dare he? How fucking dare he? And touched her, you know. Oh, and just like these fucking ghetto hood rats you see getting pulled over, they have to pull the "don't touch me, don't touch me." They're so magical, like unicorns. Don't touch them. And she makes a scene. This is why these people do not fit in to the traditional old Oscars. And again, I don't even care anymore. I don't care if it looks like a BET fucking riot at the Oscars, but it's their own self-destruction. For fucking decades. Decades upon decades. This was the 98th Academy Award. And you've seen what happened. Will Smith smacks another black guy a couple of years back. And now this bitch is causing a scene because she's a typical black woman, can't keep her fucking gap shut and her threats and whatnot. Can't just, you know, you got bumped. It's the security. You look around and go, all right, this happens. Like any other actress at the Academy Awards, a nominated actress would do. They wouldn't give a shit. You know? You think any of the stars, the movie stars of yesteryear, would have yelled at a security guard for bumping into her in a crowded environment? No. But they bring their hood rat nonsense to, you know, what is supposedly one of the most classy tuxedo and gown events. But this is what happens. This is how every fucking thing in this country gets dragged down to the lowest common denominator when you include you know who. So here's Tiana Taylor making a little scene at the Oscars. Get your hands on a female. Relax. He shoved me. I'm sure he did. Not touch me. Why not? What are you? What are you that you can't be fucking touched? It's a very crowded environment.
listen to him doing it and get mad, you know? Watch somebody that comes to town that's really good, that's a really good writer and can perform good, and try to fucking think of maybe if I wrote kind of like, look at the way he's doing his punchlines. He's going all around. You know, you're going right to a pebble. It's not. It didn't even just show up somehow. You know, it's hard, but you know, I think a day job would. I mean, it's early. Look, you don't know. Some people it takes a while.
This is truly terrifying. Imagine you're in the airport about to go on holiday and this happens. Multiple armed police looks deadly serious. You're joking, this is the UK we're talking about. Of course it was for a Facebook post.
Look at this here, everybody. 6 armed police locking Leo for Facebook posts. What an utter joke.
But almost as comically dystopian as the arrest was the condescending attitude of one of the officers.
Can you believe this?
Police here, so oh, not all of them are armed, so that makes it okay. The absolute nerve of him to aggressively assert the moral high ground when he's literally overseeing the arrest of someone over a keyboard comment.
It's a joke. Utter joke. Absolute utter pathetic joke.
Yes, it is a joke that you're treating some boomer about to go on his Benidorm holiday like a terrorist in an airport, when we've literally got thousands of random men without passports streaming into the country every week from terrorist hotspots.
Snoopy, show me a post what he's put. What's racist? Alright.
Apparently, there's some proof that he offended someone on Facebook. That surely requires 6. Count them, 6 police officers to swoop in and treat him like the UK's most wanted. Mate, you don't have the moral high ground. Just stop it. This is embarrassing.
Are you satisfied spoiling people's holidays? All for a Facebook post.
Let's say this allegation is true. How should be satisfied that people who are offended?
What's so weird?
Oh no, people on the internet have been offended. That never happens, does it? Is this your job now? The enforcement arm of the thought police. You report a burglary, in many cases they don't even fucking respond. If you offend someone on Facebook, there's half a dozen cops ready to lock you up in a cage. They still think it's perfectly normal, just doing our jobs. Lee was then bundled into a police van as his wife continued to make scathing remarks.
All for a fucking Facebook post. Can you believe this? Pathetic. Fucking cunt. All for a fucking Facebook post. Absolute fucking pathetic bastards.
The big question everyone wants an answer to: what did the guy post on Facebook? What could be so abhorrent and urgent that it required multiple armed police to arrest him in an airport? Well, we don't know for sure. Some reports claimed it was a remark about immigration, but his wife on X said it was a comment from months ago in response to a post by MP Stephanie Peacock. Peacock's a Labour Member of Parliament for Barnsley South, and the remark was supposedly about her son, but there's no information on whether Peacock even has a son, although if she does, he's presumably white, which makes the supposedly racist content of the offending post all the more bizarre. But in a country that locks up as many people for speech crimes as the rest of the top 10 worldwide combined, it's never going to make sense, is it? But what if he did post something really vile? Yeah, don't care. When this is what happens when a society prioritises not being offensive over literally everything else. I really couldn't care less. Oh, but people from certain Other communities can say stuff like this to police during a routine traffic stop.
What are you going to say? We will seize your car, which will cost you money, and you'll get to. You seize this car, I will seize your life.
And they laugh. Middle-aged white man posts something offensive on Facebook, sending the terror cops.
Locking Leo for Facebook posts.
Hello, denizens. Welcome to my Oscar recap. Well, one of the benefits of watching Starfleet Academy is that it gets you prepared for the Oscars because just when you think it couldn't get worse, it does. I'm not going to go through the entire list of all the winners that you can find on your own. This is my highlight reel package because why torture you? The show started with a cold opening featuring Conan, made up to look like Amy Madigan's character Aunt Gladys and weapons, apparently. I know this only because I Googled it. He joked that he looked like Bette Davis with lupus. One of the important elements of the craft of comedy is to use references that people actually remember and diseases that people can recognize, like malaria. Actually, a better joke would have been, Jesus, I look like a trans geisha. But that would have gotten him canceled or worse. Then he was chased by a horde of children. Why, I asked. This time, Grok came to my rescue. Aunt Gladys was chased by a group of crazed, murderous kids in weapons. They then proceeded to invade the nominated movies, a la the Billy Crystal shtick. I had only seen F1 out of the 30 nominated pictures, so I recognized that, and the rest I pretty much had to guess. The one featuring a bunch of black people, I guessed was Sinners. Hollywood is mostly a remake factory, so why not rip off Crystal? This was then followed by a shockingly unfunny opening monologue. Look, I felt for Conan. Watching him struggle was no fun. Maybe he was still getting over not asking for the police to remove Nick Reiner from his house. The Timothy Chalamet opera ballet joke got a good laugh, but not entirely certain the viewing audience knew what that was about or had heard about the incident. Though I do like a good inside baseball joke. Bob Hope was a master at those at the Oscars. It's interesting, the backlash Timothy Chalamet got for his opera versus ballet remark. And I had to wonder if Tim is a fan of my channel because I brought up that exact topic in this video back in December. Was movie watching in theaters going the way of antiquated entertainment that needs government spot?
I finished my rewatching of Breaking Bad last night. I've watched The Sopranos 1,000 times. Breaking Bad, the only previous time I watched it was when it aired. when it aired, and I had missed a few episodes. I didn't even realize until I rewatched it this past month about, and went through it all. Final episode I watched last night, and while it's good, there's a few hokey things in there that are a little like it's a little hokey. Yeah, but it's good. It's very, very good, well acted, well written TV series. Like again, I'm breaking new ground here. I'm reviewing a show from fucking years ago, but it definitely holds up for a rewatch. That's what I'm doing. I'm reviewing for a rewatch, not first time. If you're gonna rewatch it, it holds up. Unlike some other shows, because every show, even if you liked it at first, the rewatchability factor just isn't there. The prime example I give of that is Lost. Lost was a huge show, and anytime I've gone back to try to rewatch it, there's that first episode with the crash on the island, and it's done really well. You don't know what the fuck is going on. They kind of give you some hints that it's not just going to be a stranded on an island movie. And then as the episodes go on, you're just like, yeah, I can't be bothered with this. I just can't fucking go through this again. But yeah, Breaking Bad, pretty good. And then since I only had one episode to watch last night, the final episode, I decided to watch El Camino, the movie that came out after Breaking Bad, with Jesse Pinkman there after he leaves the massacre at the drug dealer's place and leaves Walter White to die in a meth lab, very happy with himself. And all I can say about El Camino is why it was a nothing. It was parsley on a plate. A Netflix event, a Breaking Bad movie. This was so unnecessary. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It certainly wasn't necessary to move the whole thing forward from Breaking Bad. It was just there. It just sat there. And, I think they just cashed in on some fan service. Like the final episode of Seinfeld, and people didn't really like it because it was kind of, they just got people together. Oh, look, it's the soup Nazi. Oh, look, it's the fucking guy that Jerry broke his hands in the trunk, and it's the dentist, Walter White. And it was kind of the same thing. You're like, oh, look, it's Mike. Oh, look, a conversation from the Breaking Bad time period between Jesse and Mike that we didn't get to see. So, oh, look, it's Mike. Oh, look, it's the vacuum cleaner salesman guy that sends people away for the right price. And, oh, look, it's Walter White. Which, in a movie that I looked at and said, like, yeah, I don't really see a purpose in this. It's kind of just lays there. That scene with Jesse and Walter in a diner or a buffet restaurant or something, that was completely worthless. It was just, oh, can we see Jesse and Walter speaking to each other again? I liked that. I was a big fan of when they used to do that. So it was all like fan service, shit like that. If you liked it, great. My personal opinion was that, I'll probably start watching Better Call Saul from the beginning. I've seen various episodes of that. I pretty much saw the ending, the last, 8 episodes of what it was. But, yeah, I'll probably watch from the beginning. So Have you noticed, like, no new shows? I talk about this all the time, but why am I so compelled to just watch old shit that I've seen before? Because I cannot find anything worth watching. It is all the same fucking diversity, the evil white people, the brilliant black people, the superhero women, the gay relationship, the black-white relationship. Can't be bothered. Just can't. Takes me right out of it. I'll see something on Netflix or Amazon Prime, and I'll go like, oh, that seems interesting. That seems like a subject matter that I would like. And then I go to watch the trailer, and when I watch the trailer, I just watch it right up till I go, okay, that looks good. Like, I never watch the full trailer if I'm going to watch the movie. When I hit the point where I go, oh, cool, that looks good enough, I don't want the trailer to ruin it. And a lot of these trailers, I'll put it on and start watching, and I'll see one of these fucking retarded 2020s, 20 late teens, 2020s things that I fucking hate in movies. Oh, the gays. Oh, the fucking brilliant black professor guy or girl. It's so, takes me right out of it. Cannot do.
So Central Command proudly announced last night U.S. forces executed a large-scale precision strike on Kang Island. The strike destroyed naval cargo. Sorry, I was like, that character from The Simpsons. Karga Island, Iran. The strike destroyed naval mine storage facilities, missile storage bunkers, and multiple other military sites. U.S. forces successfully struck more than 90 Iranian military targets on Karg Island while preserving the oil infrastructure. So Donald Trump very proudly weighed in on this.
Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision.
Okay, so that's why. That's why. Donald Trump decided to show mercy. That's what it is. He decided to show mercy. Nonetheless, he's asking countries to send ships, which is weird given that he keeps asserting that Iran has been totally obliterated. This is probably more the reason he didn't bomb the oil facilities. Iran warned it will target American-linked oil and energy facilities in the Middle East if its own petroleum infrastructure is attacked. Iranian media said all oil industry workers on the island, which sits about 25 kilometers or 16 miles off the mainland, are safe and unharmed. Quote, all oil, economic, and energy facilities belonging to oil companies in the region that are partly owned by the United States or that cooperate with the United States will be immediately destroyed and reduced to ashes if Iran's energy and economic assets are hit, the country's Fars news agency reported, citing the Central Military Command. Yeah, I think that is probably the reason they did not bomb the oil infrastructure more than that Donald Trump had a moment of empathy for human beings. But now he's calling for help. He's calling for help.
in the quarterfinal match against Venezuela, and Acuna's up, who takes strike one, and then a little check swing foul ball on strike two. This one's brought to you by Shady Rays. 0-2, foul ball, third baseman grabs it, flips it, umpire calls it. Next pitch, another little safety swing smothered by the foot of the third base coach, grabbed and discarded. 1-2. Finally doesn't swing, and then he lays off another one. He's feeling good about himself now. I'm not swinging at your junk no more. You're going to have to bring it into the zone, and I'm going to smack it. It's got to be in the zone. Now, this one's above the zone. Did he swing? Yes, says umpire Dan Iasonia, and he's like, oh, what? I liked how he was pointing at him like, come on, avenge me, Blue. You're on my side, right? You got me? No, damn. Come on, man. Come on. That's no swing. What are you doing? And then Dan Iasonia just kind of, do you guys remember this? I remember, maybe I never posted it, but I did a breakdown last year about check swing that Dan Iasonia called all the check swings. And I remember going into the research, and I was trying to find, like, does he just call everything a swing? That's either a fever dream or I did it. I can't remember. Anyway, it didn't look like a swing from the live shot, but then you get the side view, and yeah, that surely looks like a swing. It looks like if he met that ball perfectly, timed it well, could have blooped it over the shortstop's head, maybe. Who knows? If the pitch had enough power, I just love that he pointed to the umpire like, yep, tell him. And then no, he didn't tell him. It doesn't have that second level of swing like the wrist break is what they used to call. But I think even in that minor league system where it has to go 45 degrees or whatever they use that I want them to bring. I want check swings to not be ambiguous anymore. Like the audience will just know. I think this would be ruled a swing because if he hits the ball, that can get some pop behind it. Next batter, Michael Garcia steps up and he's going to take a ball low, and Acuna's still jawing at the umpire in the dugout, and then Miggy Cabs is going to race down there, and I think he's, coaches try to take the heat off the player. So hey, I don't want Acuna to get kicked out of this game, so I'll run down there, and if anyone kicked out, it's me. I'll antagonize the ump. Next pitch is low. Now he's looking at him, and he says, hey, Dan, let's fucking go. And then Dan Iasonia stared straight ahead. I'm not looking at you. I think he was looking at him earlier, and he peeks. Guy's yelling at you. You're going to stare at him, and that comes up because Miggy Cabs is like trying to get his attention still, maybe to get the heat off Acuna. The 2-0 pitch poured in there for a strike, and then it cuts back to the dugout, and they're still yelling at the umpire. And I'm not positive on this one, but it looks like he's saying something about don't stare me down. Don't stare me down. You stare me down? Huh? Now he's staring right at him. He's like, yeah, I am staring at you because you're yelling at me, and it's kind of normal in human nature to look at someone who's yelling at you. Back to the game. The 2-1, fastball, 94 miles per hour in there. Little conversation with the ump. Now, I've asked players before, like, hey, what do you say? And they said usually you'd ask something like, is that the edge? And that means, is that as far inside as they can come with you calling it a strike? And it looks like maybe it's along those lines. Like, hey, is that the edge of the zone? Yeah, okay, got it. Or is that low? Is that inside? 2-2 pitch. He slows it down to 79 miles per hour. It was 94, and then that is a changeup at 79 miles per hour, and you can see how out ahead he is. Look at that. He's so out ahead. So he got him fooled, but he was able to foul it off and stay alive, which is crucial. So after the 79 mile per hour, what does he do? Is he going to speed him back up to 94? No, he goes with a slider, which is 85 miles per hour. So he meets in the middle. And again, it's not what Garcia is looking for, but he's able to fight it off. He's off balance. He's not timing the off speed. So what do we do here? We go back to an 86 mile per hour, again fouled off, play made, grabs it, secures it. Now, I would say, if I was the catcher and pitcher, okay, he wants the fastball. He's not changing his timing to try and hit these other pitches. He's just fighting them off. Maybe we stay there. We have one more ball to work with. We put one even more out of the zone. If he thinks he can foul everything off to stay alive, let's test the limits of his reach and his balance to foul off an off speed. I would not go back to the fastball because it seems like he's just waiting. I'm going to foul everything off until I get that fastball. They go back to the fastball, and it gets absolutely smoked for a 2-run home run to make a 5-2 game, a 5-4 game. Venezuela dugout erupts. They're back in this thing. It's a 1-run ball game. Acuna takes the opportunity to yell at the umpire some more. And Cabrera's like, hey, I'm trying to take the heat off you. Don't put it back on yourself. Come on, I'm doing it. I'm talking to him. Celebrate with your boy. Hey, come on. We should have a home run. Let's go. Jeez. Vamos. It was great at bat by Garcia. Great at bat. Didn't give in. Wasn't going to change his approach. Trusted his ability to foul off the breaking pitches and the off-speed pitches so he could get the fastball. Got the fastball, absolutely handled it, and hit a home run. These guys love it. Vamos! Look at this kid. Oh, come on. Is that not just pure joy? That's got to melt your heart. Just a teeny bit. Okay, back to it. They're celebrating, enjoying themselves, still celebrating. One-run game. They're going to do it. They believe. Vamos! And Miguel Cabrera's like, I'm on to you, Dan. You're looking at me? Why are you looking at me? Enjoy the home run. We know you like baseball too, even though you're an umpire. He's like, hey, I'm not going to look at you anymore. I'm not going to look at you. And he's like, hey, stop talking to him. I'm talking to him, okay? You stop talking to him. Here's the replay. Fastball. He doesn't want it that high, the pitcher. Batter does. Garcia's like, yeah, thank God. That's what I was hoping you would bring to me. Boom. Here it is. Ump cam, slow-mo. Woo! Right there. I mean, that is about as juicy. I know we're watching it in slow motion, but still, you want to watch it in fast motion? Let's do a little fix the edit. Here it is. Bam! Hammered. And you know what? There was a phenomenal play made behind the wall. These two gloves appear, and the first glove, you're like, wow, dude, are you running and jumping over the railing? Are you going to reach that? And then last second, black glove just steals it, makes the grab. The Cavs celebrates Garcia. And then in the bottom of the fifth inning, we get another check swing. This time, of course, that's a swing too. And Miggy Cavs says, okay, fair's fair. Fair is fair. If you're going to call it a swing, just call it a swing. Just don't miss any. And you guys shouldn't miss out on this deal because Shady Rays is giving you 40% off 2 or more polarized sunglasses. 40% off 2 or more polarized sunglasses with code BREAKDOWN40 at ShadyRays.com. Don't miss out.
Sounds like North Korea stuff. This sounds like Hegseth and Trump want the U.S. media to act more like Chinese media or North Korea media. So we talked about this in a previous segment, but Iran claims that they've hit with 4 missiles. The Abraham Lincoln was struck by 4 ballistic missiles. That's what they're claiming, right? Now, the United States and Donald Trump and the military say that they did it. They claim to have struck USS Abraham Lincoln with ballistic missiles. That's a lie. It was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close. The Lincoln continues to launch aircraft in support. No, the Lincoln's actually on its way back to the United States now, and they're claiming they had a fire in the laundry room. I'm going to guess they got hit by 4 ballistic missiles. And Donald Trump did this long post. By the way, Donald Trump has long been known for posting paragraphs that are more dense than Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, TLDR.
So here's what he's saying now. So this is what Trump. So Trump doesn't want you to know about this, and he doesn't want you to see that they've actually blown up an oil tanker, right? So Trump says Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. Are you looking in a mirror when you say that?
Iran is a master of media manipulation. The popular country for the last 30 years of Iran. Shut up.
They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative fake news media false information. Now AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses quite well, considering they are being annihilated by the day. They show phony kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats don't exist. It's all false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged, according to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting, and others, are all in service, with the exception of one, which will soon be flying the skies. This is real. This is what he's saying. Buildings and ships that are shown to be on fire are not. It's fake news generated by AI. For instance, Iran working in close coordination with the fake news media shows our great USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, one of the largest and most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. So again, He's contradicting his own military that says, yeah, we were shot at, but it didn't hit us. He's saying they weren't even shot at. The military says military says there was a fire on board. He's saying there wasn't a fire. So Donald Trump, they can't get their lies straight.
Well, he's not getting his news from American military. He's getting it from Israeli intelligence.
That's right. The story was knowingly fake, and in a certain way, you can say that those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges. For the treason, for the dissemination of false information. He's talking about the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
The fact is Iran is being decimated, and the only battles they win are those that they create through AI and are distributed by corrupt media outlets. He's talking about the United States media outlets.
Even if that were true, we know you ain't gonna do shit about it, just like you didn't do nothing about them cannibal PDF files in the Democratic Party that you're always touting.
The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to... He's calling the Wall Street Journal radical left-wing press?
The Wall Street neocon fucking journal.
The radical left-wing Wall Street Journal knows this very well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. That's why their approval rating is so low. And I can win a presidential election in a landslide, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I'm so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, looking at the license of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves and use it to perpetuate lies, both in news and almost all their shows, including the late-night morons who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So here's RT. So this is what Donald Trump, he doesn't want you to see the fire burning on the USS Abraham Lincoln. He doesn't want you to know that it got hit by missiles. Also, there is this is Iran. This is a U.S. This is a ship, an oil tanker that got hit. And Donald Trump is saying this is fake. So RT says Trump looking to ban top U.S. media and treason charges for fake footage of Iran hitting U.S. ships. New York Times and New York Post confirm that this Iran deadly strike on U.S. ship is real. So there's... So even Grok is trying to say that this is fake. So even Grok, so that's an oil tanker they hit. So Grok is trying to say that this is fake. Hey, can you link me to an authentic video of March 12th Iranian drone boat attack on U.S.-owned commercial tanker Safisa Vishnu? So it's a U.S.-owned oil tanker. It's called Safisa Vishnu. It got hit, and Trump is trying to say this is all fake video. So I asked Grok, well, show me a real video, right? So that's RT saying it's real. That's RT's version of the video. And so it says, here's some links. So it linked me to this. So Grok says this is real. It looks like the exact same video, but let's watch.
While US President Donald Trump recently claimed that he can end the war whenever he wants with Iran, Tehran on the other side has said that the war is not coming to an end anytime soon. Iran, meanwhile, has started using its indigenously developed Setter missile against US and Israeli positions across the Middle East. While the attacks and counterattacks surge, Iran's deliberate strike on the US-owned oil tanker Safety Vishnu in Iraq has risen the global tensions over oil. As the tensions escalate, Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed.
And there it is.
Iran attacked the US-owned tanker Safety Vishnu on March 11, 2026 near Basra, Iraq, as a retaliatory measure following the 28 February 2026 strikes by the US and Israel on Iran. The attack involving explosive-laden boats targeted the vessels during the ship-to-ship transfer of Iraqi waters, resulting in one Indian crew member's death. Notably, the US vessel had around 38 crew members and most of them are Indians. The Iranian attack left one Indian crew member dead. Later, the 15 other Indian crew members, along with the others, were evacuated from the burning vessel. Another oil tanker was also caught ablaze in the Persian Gulf after coming attack in Iraq's territorial waters. Iran has claimed responsibility for the attack, saying that an underwater drone attack blew up 2 oil tankers in the Persian Gulf. The ships that were attacked were Zentros and Safety Vishnu. Safety Vishnu is owned by a
You can see that was 2 ships there.
while Zentro's owner is based in Greece. of Marshall Islands. Built in 2007, the Panamax class vessel is approximately 228.60 meters long and 32.57 meters wide, with a tailwheel capacity of about 72,970 metric tons. The registered owner of the Safety Bridge Group is the US-based company Safety Transport, which is based in New Jersey.
So that's the video that Donald Trump does not want you to see. He's threatening people to be charged with treason for showing you this. Here is breaking: Trump calls on U.S. media to stop reporting on damage and losses caused by Iran, saying it harms the United States. Not only is he calling on them to stop reporting on it, he's threatening them with being charged with treason. Trump administration threatens news outlets over critical coverage of Iran. The administration of Donald Trump has warned the news outlets could have their broadcasting licenses revoked over critical reporting on the war against Iran, accusing the media of distortions. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, said in a social media post on Saturday that broadcasters must operate in the public interest or else they're going to lose their license. So you have to lie to people about the war, and if you tell the truth about the war, the Trump administration will see that as harming, not that you're not operating in the public interest if you tell the truth about the war.
Is there anybody from America in charge and not the IDF? Because this is how IDF people think.
This is how they think, exactly. So here's the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, and here's what he says. Broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. So now they're going to threaten their licenses. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their license if they do not. And frankly, changing courses in their own business interests, since trust in legacy media has now fallen to an all-time low of just 9%, and our ratings disasters.
Not as low as Trump's trust, though.
The American people have subsidized broadcasters to the tune of billions of dollars by providing free access to the nation's airwaves. It is very important to bring trust back into media, which has earned itself the label of fake. So they're upset. So they're saying that the media is losing trust by reporting accurately. They call it fake news. Well, when a political candidate is able to win a landslide election victory in the face of hoaxes and distortions, there's something very wrong. It means the public has lost faith and confidence in the media, and we can't allow that to happen. Time for a change. So they're going to take away. So it sounds like they want to take away the media's licenses. Right.
Wait, if we lose faith in the media, that's the market. What are we a communist country? This is commie talk.
I agree. The warning was the latest apparent threat from Carr, who has repeatedly attracted scrutiny for statements that appear to pressure broadcasters to conform with Trump's priorities. Last year, for instance, Carr called on channel ABC and its distributors to find ways to change conduct to take action on comedian Jimmy Kimmel, whose late-night show had been critical of the president. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Carr said of Kimmel on the podcast. On a podcast, ABC temporarily suspended Kimmel's show in the aftermath of those comments. Carr's latest statement prompted swift condemnation from politicians and free speech advocates who likened his remarks to censorship. This is a clear directive to provide positive war coverage, or else licenses may not be renewed. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii wrote, "Really?
What, like, how do you?
This is hang on. This is worse than the comedian stuff, and by a lot. The stakes here are much higher. He's not talking about late night shows. He's talking about how a war is covered." Aaron Tur, the director of public advocacy at the Foundation of Individual Rights and Expressions, known as FIRE, likewise denounced Carr for seeking to silence negative war coverage. The First Amendment doesn't allow the government to censor information about the war it's waging. Carr's latest statement came in response to a social media post from Trump accusing the fake news media of reporting that U.S. refueling planes had been struck in an Iranian attack in Saudi Arabia. The base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed, Trump said in a Truth Social post. 4 of the 5 had virtually no damage and are already back in service. He added that reporting to the contrary was intentionally misleading. Low-life papers and media actually want us to lose the war. Trump wrote. Polling shows that the war launched by the U.S. and Israel on February 28th is largely unpopular in the United States. A recent Quinnipiac poll found that 53% of voters oppose the military action against Iran, including 89% of Democrats and 60% of independent voters. The war has also been condemned by legal experts as a clear violation of international laws which prohibits unprovoked attacks. Trump, however, has offered shifting rationales as to why he believes Iran posed an imminent security, blah, blah, blah. We got that. His administration, meanwhile, has blamed the news media for turning public opinion against the war. Yet somehow, in this crew and the press just can't stop. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said, a former Fox News host, Hegseth called for patriotic reporters to write more optimistic headlines instead. He denounced TV banners that read, for example, Mideast war intensifies. What should the banner read? Oh, so this is just, that's Hegseth.
What optimistic headlines? What is he talking about?
This sounds like North Korea stuff. This sounds like Hegseth and Trump want the U.S. media to act more like Chinese media or North Korea media. Here's Brendan Carr. This is what he said in 2019. This is the guy who is now the head of the FCC. In 2019, what he said was, should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of the public interest, which is the exact opposite of what they're saying now. Here's out.
Right. He meant America. Israel can do it. He meant America can. Israel can order it.
Yes, here he is in 2023. Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. This is why censorship is the authoritarian's dream. And now they're completely flipped on this.
So that tells you they're intentional liars who are purposely tricking you at all times. They're not good people, as the great Michael Schellenberger said, that fucking Hosmer shill. They're just doing their best. Yeah, they're doing their best to help a real evil plan, and they're going to lie to your fucking dumb fucking face.
This is how the U.S. isn't winning the war. How? Trump calls on U.S. media to stop reporting on damage and losses caused by Iran, saying it harms the United States. So they're now they're threatening people's media licenses if you report the truth about the war. This is the exact opposite of what they said before. This is the exact opposite. That now they are the authoritarian's dream. That's what the Trump administration is. They're doing the exact opposite. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of public interest.
You need to talk to Shlomo Truman.
This is kind of, as my old hairstylist used to say, this is animazing. Even though this is animazing. So there you go. And if you'd like to hear so there you go. It's gotten so bad that Trump is, again, there isn't a topic that Trump hasn't become the thing he claimed to oppose.
That's not an accident. That's like a deliberate thing. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is not normal. This is it is normal how bad this is, but I hope people are seeing how perverse the thing is.
All politicians lie. All politicians lie to get elected. But Donald Trump doesn't do anything half. This is the way he has gone all the way, and I'm going to say he has committed the greatest electoral fraud that I've ever seen in my life, saying one thing and doing the exact opposite. Now, they all do. And Barack Obama went to Flint, Michigan, and he pretended to take a sip of water. He pretended to be a peace candidate, and then he ramped up all the wars, did Libya, did Syria.
Trump's looks like it was hypnosis. It's that severe.
Yeah.
It's so severe, I'm questioning, does he have like two personalities in one Trump? Because it's that opposite.
It's the most opposite thing I've ever seen. Anyway, there it is. You couldn't get so. It's just amazing to me. If you want to hear my jokes about this, come see me in San Antonio, Albuquerque, Houston, Dallas, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas. May 7th, I'll be in Burbank, California. Tickets going fast for that one. Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Spokane, Tacoma. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Hey, you may have seen the conversations happening online lately, censorship.
I'm gonna subscribe. This looks really funny. Lazy Shell TV 6 hours ago, 3,000 views. Wow. Go subscribe. Go hit like. Go watch it. By the way, oh look who it is. Songs in the key of CWC. All right, here we go, guys. Let's give it up for Lazy Shell TV, front of the show.
My bowel movements! My toilet is under attack from the woke left!
The animation's so good!
Attacking my bowel movements! My toilet is under attack from the woke left!
Definitely.
The UPS. I
Bro,
said a UPS driver.
Tito's vodka in the background?
No. The Pokemon cards. Look at the cards. It's so nice.
I'm tired.
He's tired!
He's sleepy.
Ever notice
We look great.
how dark and sunken in my eyes are?
We've noticed how dark the bags under your eyes are, buddy. I only talk about it every day. Please
Little tired today. It was a long
He's
night.
always tired.
What are you fresh?
Oh, man. No, he is tired.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Take a day off.
Look at his eyes. They're just bloodshot. Look at his left eye. It's completely bloodshot.
What are you guys going up to? What are you guys going?
What are you guys going up to? Holy shit!
I love the sweat stains. The sweat stains on his
Up
dirty
to
fail.
what are you guys up to this weekend?
Distraction alert.
He has a problem with words. He has a problem with words. Oh, buddy.
Distraction alert.
He has a problem with words. His brain doesn't work so good.
Not focused.
He's trying to be an actual entertainer with these problems.
Oh shit.
He's mushmouth. He looks like my UPS delivery guy. Not the first person to say that.
Yep.
It seems to be a universal recognition that he looks like a fucking UPS driver.
Well, now I'm just gonna upload all the terrible ones so you guys can watch me suffer, or suffer, as some people like to say.
That's life. And he also doesn't want to read it. He doesn't want to know. It's painful, so he doesn't want to see it. He'll just trust their opinion.
Yeah. No, it's like, John, I'm telling you, it's time. It's time to take off. Okay? Imagine that if he was fucking starts making 20,000 a month, drinking fucking real beer and eating shrimp cocktails during the show. It would be the victory, the skull that we all needed. And John, it could happen. All right? But don't let these people get to you. Okay? You have Kevin Brennan behind you as a leprechaun. That's not good. That means he's winning.
He doesn't get that. He doesn't understand.
He was nasty today.
No, he's just an asshole. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
I'm not a comic. Oh. After that. Really, I just. Ashley wanted to talk to you when he showed up, and I tried to be complimentary and said, let's bring Pat in. And then it was just one fucking, apparently he wanted to get some clout too, which is it's just amazing.
Even Ava has laughed at that, okay, what kind of, all right, when you go on these shows, are you going to get the stuttering John Army? Probably not, right? But the opportunity is to grab everyone else that is watching to bust balls and that stuff, So it doesn't, and it makes it even harder that way too. but like you're not gonna. It doesn't. It's never worked for anybody, right? It didn't work for Quad. I mean, he still can't walk, but it didn't work for him. It didn't work for.
Was that the end game? Was that what Steve was hoping would happen?
Yeah, he thought he was gonna get all this clout and his fucking legs would come back. He would hit me up about that, and I'm like, dude, it's probably not gonna happen, man.
That's a reach.
You know, you taped to a fucking chair. What happened? You scared me.
There's only 1 second left.
There's what? There's only okay.
There was only 1 second.
Okay, calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ, you're out of your fucking mind, goddammit. Terry D, $5. Thank you. Bob, in college, did the sesquiquiddians professor circumlocutory explanation of anti-establishmentationism confounded propitious students? I mean, it's up to you. What do you think? What do you think? Why are you asking me? You know how I feel about this. What a fucking dick.
You're not pro-establishmentarianism. You're not anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yes, yeah. Just because you dress like a woman don't make you anti, motherfucker. You see what I did there? Hurt feelings in that shit. Jesus Christ. Thank you for coming by, Adam. I appreciate it. You are a gentleman. You are not you're not you know, what would you say? You're not turning on them. You're giving hints like of what you can do to be better, right? I mean, that's what you go through life. People try to make you better. They give you little hints. Those are your friends, actually. You know, because somebody that hates you is not going to try to fix you, even a little bit. Just guide you.
This is why John's not a comic, and he doesn't understand what people are saying to him. When I first reached out to him and spoke on a show years ago, he was talking about how he's doing all these self-tapes. And that's something actors have to deal with a lot, these self-tapes. And you always need help from someone else. So the first thing I told him was, hey man, listen, you ever need help with this, I do it a lot. If you get a self-tape, I can bring the lights and the camera, I can help you with this.
Oh, nice.
He never heard it. It never went into his brain. I mean, he saw it happen, but he has no need for it. He takes advantage of that part of artists, of comics, that see another comic, whether they're good or bad, and go, come here, let me give you a gig. Like, you just can't turn it off. Comics have that thing with each other. Actors do too. He's not an actor. He doesn't have interest in self-tapes. He's not a comic. He doesn't have interest in doing comedy. He's not a podcaster. He doesn't want to do his show. He wants to air his grievances and get paid for it. And I think with your help, it's the only chance he has for survival.
You know, it's kind of that speech, kind of a little bit of a tear in my eye. I'm not going to fucking lie. I mean, I would like to be that, you know, like the way Mike Morse thinks he is in that fucking video, like he's really a titan or something like that. Like, but I can be a real titan, you know? I can destroy the Morse verse, and I can also take John to another level, you know? And like you guys, you know, little tips and that, you can do this, you can drink coffee. I fucked up the first time. I said, you know what would be good if you drank like 10 beers a night. And now he's fucking hooked. And I got no one to blame but me at this point. And do I feel good about it? Not really. You know? I tried. You know? I just can't. I just, it's when you keep trying and opening the door just to have it slammed in your fucking face. It's very hard. Sunflower Dragon, $2. Thank you. I'm pretty anti-establishment